Okay, folks, happy Saturday, mid-morning, late mid-morning, nearly noon. Going to get some painting done. Paint some Hungarian Nights. So we left off last time, and let's see if we can keep on keeping on where we were at. Very hard, very hard to get painting done Monday through Friday for me lately. So, I'm not here. I'm at work, so. There are no shutdowns here. There is no slowdown of work. So, those of you might see more production in what you're doing, hobby-wise. Not any improvement on that on my end, unfortunately. But okay, we'll get these guys done when we get them done. I do want to finish them because the sooner I get these guys done, the sooner I get to work on the next army, whoever that may be. All right, we got some auto zoom on there, autofocus, and let's get going. Now, the last thing we did with this guy is, let me take my glasses off so I can see, as I like to say, we were working on this knight. We're doing a little emblem here on his quarter panel there on his armor. It turned out pretty well. I was happy with it. And where is that silly little lid I used? I swear I didn't do anything on this table since the last time I was here, and I don't know where my silly lid is. Let's see if we can't find that. But anyhow, here he is. Okay. All right. We did the little emblem here on the Hungarian Knight. We finished up with that, and let's just keep it going. Let's just keep it going. So we had painted over the armor completely with this color here. This is the lead belcher base, and we put the Nuln oil on top of it, and then we're going to go back over with the lead belcher base over those areas, and then we'll go and do one brighter metallic shade, which will be Ironbreaker. Okay, so let's do that. This is pretty straightforward. And let's get that going. Every time I pull this color out, I'm wondering if I'm going to have a freaking disaster. Because I should not have transferred over the paint. Because it's a mess. But that's all right. Like I said in the earlier video, had I not done that, I would have not found out about this airbrush thinner and not been using it. So it's a good thing overall. Let's get this out of the way. All right. See if we can get away with getting even closer to that. Now, I don't really mind having all these layers of color because they're very thin. They're not blocking up any of the detail, but if you're painting with thicker layers, maybe this isn't the best way to go about it. But I can tell you that my layers are pretty thin. And that's just how I started painting. I don't know how it turned out that way. It just kind of did. So if you see something on here and you want to try to replicate it, by all means, but my layers are pretty darn thin. So you may not have the same results if you skip over that one part that and do everything different, because I sure wouldn't want to do this with thick paint. For starters, not only is it thick, but it'll end up catching on stuff. Yeah, it'll end up catching on the bristles, and it won't be a smooth application. So that's really what this thinner's for. I would normally use water, but thinner works a lot better than the water. Seems to be anyways. Seems to work a lot better. All we're doing is brightening up this metal that was painted originally in this color, that I just gave it a wash so that it gives a little bit more depth. Not putting it everywhere, but just kind of on the highlights. And it makes a difference. It adds another level darker than this. Been struggling with a little bit of a headache all day long, so I'm hoping that we can knock that out. I've already tried to medicate myself, so we'll see where that goes. Few things I care for as little as a headache. We'll try to do some painting tomorrow morning. Saturday just is very difficult when my daughter has swim practice. By the time I have breakfast and check my email, do a couple of turns of a couple of games I got going on right now of online games, and there's not enough time to really connect on Saturday morning before I have to take her to go swim practice. But that's why we try to come in here and do some Saturday painting, and because my preference is to do it in the morning. Sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. Okay, so we're done with that. I think we're gonna go to the brightener. And one of these has, there it is. Got the ball bearing in there. Stainless steel ball bearing. This is Iron Breaker. And I haven't used this in a week and it's still moist. So let's go over here to this side. This thing's on its deathbed right now. We're gonna have to replace the paper shortly. Let's put some paint down here. That'll give us something to work with. Close that up and get it out of the way. All right. If you're just joining us, welcome. We haven't gotten started very long. Just painting some more Hungarian Nights. And see how far we can get before we have to get pulled off of in a different direction. So. Yeah, these are all the background sounds you guys don't normally get to hear when everybody's asleep, but it happens. So that's why I try to do all my painting at 5 in the morning. As close to that as I can while everybody's asleep. And we're just highlighting over here with the lighter shade of this Ironbreaker. Yeah, this is Ironbreaker. The dark one's Lead Belcher. Okay. Make sure this is up. And just going to do a little bit of painting here. And even though this is just basically one color, this guy's mostly metal. It still takes a little while because I want to put these colors where I want to put them. I don't want to leave it to chance. I don't want to just paint this stuff or dry brush the entire figure. I want to put them where I want to put them. So this guy, we're not gonna mess with his helmet. We may do another helmet with something like that. But we are gonna paint the armor, the shield that is on the horse's head. We are gonna paint that red to make him pop a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead, since I already have this color, I'm gonna go ahead and put the little border around it, because the border is gonna be metal, but the center is gonna be red. Just to kind of tie in that motif. Now, not every night is going to look the same. And that's the other thing, is if you've got a bunch of figures that are in similar poses, mix them up a little bit. Paint one guy's helmet a little bit different, Well, you should look at what illustrations they are of the figures, no matter what you are, and then put your own spin on it. Okay, I think we're ready to do. The red here. I don't see a lot more of this that I need to brighten up. We don't want to go crazy. You don't want to go over every single thing that you did. Otherwise, what was the point in doing it in stages, doing it in steps if you're going to cover the other one up? So, okay, so we've got this. We've got these, like, say, the covering that goes underneath the armor. We're going to do that. And we're also going to do the covering on the armor itself, so of the actual head. And I'm not sure what we're going to do with the lance yet. We're going to skip that. Sometimes when you don't know what you're going to do, just move on. Just keep painting what you know you want in a certain color, and come back to the other stuff. It'll all straighten itself out. All right, let's get us some red out here. Now, do we have any that's still alive? It's been about a week, and I would be surprised if this one shows any sign of life. It's got some. Let's see if we can work with that. How are we doing on the black? This is that big blob of black this is big blob of black here that's right here that I used a couple of weeks ago to paint the edging on my light horse. And it's still here. It's alive. So let's use it up. No point in being wasteful. Let's do us the dark shade here of this horse, the darkest shade of that red. So we're going to come in here, and we're going to paint. And I'm notorious for forgetting to paint horses' ears until the end. And just to prove my point, I forgot to paint this horse's ears. So we'll just come back at the end and paint him up. There's actually a center hard stiffening piece of the metal across the center of his of the horse's head. So we'll come back and paint that in metallic. Right now we just want to paint this, like maybe it's covered with cloth or something like that to make it look a little bit fancier. But we've got four in the army. We've got 4 figures total that are in the same pose, so we're going to be painting them all different. You know, another one of the horses will have this headpiece that won't be painted at all. That's just straight metal. But then maybe the helmet on the guy is painted red, or maybe it's split half red, half white. You know, you can do stuff like that to kind of mix it in. These guys are supposedly mercenaries. This is a late enough time period where they're not going to really be carrying around shields. So we did do the emblem there, the Hungarian emblem there, based on one of those books that I pulled off of Amazon. So, all right, so we've got that, and I don't know if we can get any more life out of this because it's pretty much hardened up, but I figured I'd give it a shot. Maybe you can get a little bit lighter right there. Like I said, the wet palette keeps the paints wet for a while, but it can't really do like a week, and that's really what we're looking at. Last time I painted was about a week ago. Just very hard to do. Can't do it really in the evenings. Mornings are a no-go, so it's just very difficult. So not until this economy slows down. So all right, so we got that. Now I could keep going all the way to a bright red, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and add white. Are there any white? Is there any white alive here? That'll work. And this is gonna have a little bit of a pink hue to it, but I'm okay with that. I don't want to use the same shade red on everything. That could be different materials and stuff like that. Okay, and we're going to actually brighten up a little bit more. Good morning from Utah. Don't let a cougar eat you. How you doing, Skylab? Haven't seen you come on in a while. You doing any kind of painting out there? How are things out there? You guys got snow already, probably. We had our little cold snap here. It was nice for a couple days, and we're back to a rainy swamp again. So, unfortunately, I like the free air conditioning. Big fan of that. Saves money and feels good. Snow on the mountaintops, yes. There you go, easy to find. The year that we went out to Utah, which was, I get my years mixed up. I want to say it was spring 2017. We didn't go anywhere. No, I think I got that wrong. I think it was 2018. Yeah. Last year, not 2020, 2019 went to Colorado during that time. The year before we went to Utah. Yeah, 2018. So when we went in 2018, we went on our daughter's spring break. So you're talking about, it was either late March or mid-March, something like that. And that year they'd gotten a lot of snow in Utah. And fortunately, because when we went, it was actually colder here when we left Florida than when we landed in Salt Lake City. That's like really frustrating for someone who likes cold weather. I don't like dryness, but I like cold weather. So we lucked out. We had a good trip. And I guess it's probably better. I don't want to really drive in snow or any of that stuff. That's just going to slow you down on vacation. But yeah, we had a good time. But I could have brought shorts. Wasn't very cold at all. Okay, so let's we're going to do the striping. We are going to have to pull some red, okay, because we're going to need some red on the details there. So let's get it red. I don't believe this is the same red, so it's just a slight little variation, but it's enough to give it some interest and not make it look like you just kind of threw everything together at the last minute. So this is a different red than this other one. I believe this is the one that's called flat red, and this one is Burmelon, the Burmelon red. It's a little warmer, a little bit more orangish in it. So yeah, that's what we're going to go with. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to add some detail to, this is almost like a cloth that ends up covering the reins. And we're going to add some detail to it. And in that, what we're going to do is we're going to alternate the colors red and white on that. All right, so the way we're going to do that is, let's get us a fresh white while we're at it. Let's get us a fresh white here to work on. Well, we're extra watery today. How about, let's take some of this good paint and put it on here. Okay. Let's start with the white, and let's mix us up some black in it. And let's go ahead and dark shade this thing. Let's do the darkest color that we're going to see on that. Okay, and let's leave red on the end. We're going to do white here. And then red, and then this one will be white. And there'll be some red there, and then this will be white. And then there'll be some red, and then it'll end in white. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing. What did we do? We did red. Okay, perfect. We're going to do red on the end, then this one will be white, then that one will be red, then this one will be white, then there'll be some red here, then this will be white, then there'll be some other red, and then we'll leave white here at the end. All right, let's bring that up. Let's bring that up. Okay. Okay, we'll probably come back to it. We're going to leave that alone. We're going to come back to it and do the final white one once we've got the red all the way up. So let's do the same thing with red, except we're not going to paint the whole thing. We're only going to paint the little spots there. So just alternating the colors there. All right. Okay, we're actually going to go to a brush size smaller. You have a little more control in there. I think I've got one of those around here. Yeah, this one's got a little bit better control. I don't want to use the really good one I got for the faces. Let's close that little box there. That looks very good in the camera. Well, I'm glad, because honestly, I'll watch it again and I'm like, man, it looks terrible. It looks terrible to me on the camera. Looks great in real life, but I don't know. I just feel like a lot of what what I do gets lost on the thing. It's the video makes it look not so good, and it's also, I think, maxed out at 720. So when I post pictures of this stuff, I don't enhance my pictures at all. I don't like go and tinker with them and do this and change the lighting. And I like a picture to show what's really there, not just some make-believe thing, you know. Otherwise, you know, why don't just take a black and white picture of it and just Photoshop it and add colors in like that. It's all about lighting and direction. Yep. And taking pictures outside. Pictures outside look so much better. But, you know, it's 85 degrees outside, so I don't really want to go out there. Maybe not 85. But it's close to 80. All right, and we're going to bring this up, and then we'll come back to the white and add a little bit on there. And I'll show you guys. See, this doesn't really take that long. What takes a long time is trying to figure out what you're going to do next. It's well, I don't know. Well, would it be yellow or could it be green? I don't know. Let me think about it. Let me look at some other thing. You know, that part of the process just takes way too long. And you know, just the decision making. The actual doing isn't that bad. Okay, now I'll show you guys what it is. I'm going to get my little, it seems like this helps a lot holding it steady. Okay, and late start. Yep, on Saturdays it's a late start if the daughter has swimming, for sure. Okay, so there's the, it's almost like the cover of the reins. I don't know what it is, but wanted to add some color to that. All right, let's go back before we forget and paint that little reinforcing part on the center of the cover. So I believe the new stuff was here. Yep. And let's get a little bit better flow on there. Okay. We don't need to use a whole lot of paint. We do need to get out of the shadow of this huge lance. Well, it's huge from a standpoint of being long. The lances that are really thick are like the ones from Blue Moon. Those lances are like holding up a telephone pole. I like their figures, but I don't really like their lances. They're way weird. So, all right. So we've got a cloth that he rides on. Okay, we need to paint that up in a color. I don't want to use a color I've already used. So I'm probably going to do something like a light blue, something that's not too offensive. Brighter than that. There's no reason to do a gray, because I can always turn something like this into a gray by adding black, which is I'm going to do anyways. So let's just go with this sky blue. And let's see. Yeah, late start, but I don't know how long I'm going to be able to go, so we'll see what we can do. I just know that I'm going to feel a lot better at the end of the day knowing that I got some painting done today. So, all right. Okay, let's paint this cloth, and by doing so, we're going to come in here and add some black to it. It's like, what am I doing with this on? I got all my jewelry on, so to speak. Let's ditch that. The watch stays. The watch gets worn at all times unless I'm sleeping. Habit. All right. Right. We're gonna come in here and paint this saddle cloth. And do the same thing on the other side. Yep. It's still greater that I was gonna have a late start today, but it's better than no start at all. So I still got up at my normal time. I just had about maybe 45 minutes to myself this morning before I had to do other things. There's no point in doing a 45-minute video. So, all right, let's get a little crazy in here. Nah, there's just not enough area there. I was gonna put some striping on there, but there just isn't enough of it showing to really pull that off and make it look like I'm trying to show the right thing on there. Well, let's just brighten this up as we go. Good point about painting progress. A little progress is worth way more than none at all. So the thing that I've kind of discovered, and what I mean discovered is like I figured it out for me. I mean, other people may have done it. Is this thing? I tried doing this thing called paint what you know. So if you've got this night and you know, don't try to focus on everything, every color that the figure is going to be before you start painting the figure. Just start painting. Like if you know you want to give him a chestnut red horse, paint a chestnut red horse. Anything that you can like paint and you know that you want a certain color, go ahead and do that because it's going to make the decisions of what you paint the other items that much easier. So I call that paint what you know. So I know that he's going to be all metallic. So paint him all metallic and then worry about the saddle cloth. Don't try figuring out what color the saddle cloth and the lance are going to be and all that before you see any of it on the figure, because what you're planning on doing may change. And you get bogged down, just do it, just jump in. Of all the stuff that I've jumped in, there's only one figure I recall that something came out of color that I didn't care for it. And I went and fixed it. It took no time. I do really thin paint, so it's nothing to go ahead and repaint over something that you don't like how it turned out exactly. So So we've got a some kind of a strap or something. It might even be metallic. You know what? I think it might be metallic across the bottom of this piece right here. Yeah, that might end up being a metallic piece because I don't know what the heck it would be attached to. Let's just paint it metallic. End of story. End of story. Now, we're not, did we still have some of this stuff here? We did. Okay, so we're going to come in here and we're not going to worry about putting Nuln Oil on this. Okay, I don't want to spend 30 minutes for it to dry. We're just going to we're just going to barrel through this thing, power through this. Okay, we got that, and let's just give it a little bit of a highlight. Not sure it needs it, but can't even tell. Can't really even tell. Okay, well, I know I did it. That makes me feel better about it. I know I did it, so. Okay, now we've got a scabbard to paint. All right, we've got the things your feet go in, stirrups, geez, and a lance. All right, I'm pretty sure the lance is going to be last. We also have a tuft. We're going to look up the thing and see if these guys used a tuft of a certain color. I'm thinking red or white. I mean, not that this is the word of God or anything, but it does provide some inspiration to help you make your own decision. So we're going to get our book here. I thought it was up here on the bookshelf. Ah, here it is. I didn't put it where it was supposed to go. Okay, and of course the book we're talking about is War Games Research Group, Armies of the Middle Ages, Volume 2. If you guys are doing Ancients and Medievals and you don't have these books, you should go out and get them. They're all in print right now. And I think they're a little bit less than how much they used to be originally, but all of the figures are usually based on the stuff in this book. They're sculpted based on that. This is by Ian Heath. So it's been around since, I want to say the early 80s and 1984. Okay, so let's go to Hungary, which is page 50. No, that's organization. Hold on a second. Dress and equipment. Okay, there's no dress and equipment thing for this. I think there's like 120 something or another. Let's see. 120 something. And find Hungarian Knight. This is not necessarily a Hungarian Knight figure, but I believe there's a Hungarian Knight in here with, here's a Hungarian man at arms, 93, this guy here. He's got a little tuft on his head. So let's see what it says anything about the color of the tuft. 93. This figure, tomb effigy of Imricha Zapolyai. A member of one of the country's leading noble families, shows a Gothic armor being worn that nevertheless betrays some Italian influence in the tassels and breastplate. This type of armor remained used in Hungary for the rest of this period into the early 16th century. Note the single feather on his salle, a simple type of helmet crest that it has to be seen in a considerable number that is to be seen in a considerable number of Hungarian sources throughout this area. It seems to have been used as a notemat of rank. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and I want to make a judgment call, and this one's going to be white. There are 3 other figures I have to use with the same, well, I don't have to use them, I've chosen to use them in the same pose. So if I want to make another one red, if I want to make another one whatever, this one will be white. So let's get our white out here and mix us some black mix here. It's a bit extreme there, the amount of black, but there we go. We're just going to come in here. And this guy will have a white tuft. Now, this is a figure that I actually used And some of my knights are my Burgundian army as well. This is a museum miniatures figure. It's a one-piece casting, um, and it's a pretty good casting. The figure has some really large feet. He has probably a 17 size foot. But other than that, it's a pretty good casting. Some of the older castings that used a not so hard alloy, the pre 1990 alloy, I would say, has are quite bendy, and the tufts that I had for them just broke off. But this is a fine figure even without the tuft. So I came across some more of these figures. Marty gave me some in a grab bag, and I'm like, well, these will come in handy for doing some Hungarian Nights, and because they have tufts on them, you know, and but it's a miniature that paints up well. Now, I have no idea what I want to do with a lance. I don't want to get super crazy busy, but I also don't want it to look too plain. And it is of an unusually large size, lengthwise. So, and I don't paint my figures like this guy's going to go on this stand or this guy's going to go with this one necessarily. I'll assemble them and who goes with who later. I used to do it all at the same time and then realized I was spending a lot of extra time thinking and not painting when I could have just jumped in and painted them anyways, and then worry about where they're going to be, what stand they're going to be on. So, okay, Lance. Oh, we could paint one with some striping on it. Well, we missed some black, so right off the bat, let's go ahead and put some of this black here, so we could think clearly. Now these guys are mercenaries. So, I mean, they don't necessarily all have to be red and white. But at the same time, I don't want to do something like yellow and red. That would be way too extreme. So, yeah, once we're done with that, all we got to do is like the stirrups and the scabbard for the sword. Let's go ahead and do the scabbard for the sword while we're waiting for that black to dry, because we want to make sure that's dry when we put the other colors on top of it. So, you know what? I'm going to take a tiny little bathroom break. I'll be right back, and yeah, we can pick right back up. All right. So here's one of these things that when you don't know what you're going to do, kind of try to break it out some more basic. Like, I'm thinking the lance. I'm not gonna. It's so big. I don't want to do it in one color. I'm gonna probably do a striped lance. Okay, and one of the colors is gonna have to be a light color. And so you're basically left with: is it going to be yellow or is it going to be white, or is it going to be some kind of a gray? I don't want grays. I want it to pop a little bit from the figure. And there's a lot of metal on the figure, which is grayish in a way. And I don't want to really introduce yellow. So it's going to be white. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint the entire lance white. use that as my base color, and then figure out what striping I'm going to do on afterwards. Okay, so that's and if I don't like it, I'll repaint it. You know, it's just not a big a deal. But I can't spend an hour and a half thinking about what color I'm going to paint it. Just get you some. Go and make it happen. So um, let's let's go with a color like this. We're going to paint the entire lance in that color. Okay. And obviously we're going to leave a little bit of the tip left so we can come in and add the metal there at the end, but we're just going to put this color on here. And I always wasn't so decisive about picking things. I have spent a lot of time like, okay, well, I don't know what color it's going to be. Well, all right. And this is one of those things, if I wouldn't be filming this, I'd probably be like, okay, well, let me see if I got some email, what I got on. And then you get sidetracked and you don't get anything done. Instead of just jump in and paint your way out. So, like I said, what's the worst case scenario? I have to repaint this. It's not that big of a deal. The paint I'm using is very, very thin. You wouldn't be able to tell. So you just get rid of this little bit of a headache I have and that'd be pretty good. It's going away slowly. That's why I don't drink. I don't drink very often. You guys see me drinking on game day, but I don't really drink other than when I'm playing games with folks, and that's only because they're drinking. And to be honest with you, it's because I'm playing my Irish. It's just part of the appeal. But yeah, I don't like having any kind of a headache. I dehydrate pretty easy, I guess. So always grew up playing games that involve thinking. So alcohol and thinking kind of don't go together. So. Okay, so we got all that done. What is your strategy of using knights when you have to deploy first? Position them for attack or for defense? Okay, so if you've watched any of my videos, you'll know that I hate knights. Okay, why do I hate knights? Well, a couple things. I don't like to paint. I don't dislike painting knights. Don't get me wrong. Knights are fun to paint. I don't like that they're impetuous. Okay. Now, keep in mind, because I say I don't like something doesn't mean I think the rules should be changed. I think that they're fine the way they're depicted. But knights like to take too much of a risk. So if I'm playing an army, of, well, hell, I'll take a break. We'll need to explain this. Let's see if we can get away with this. Okay, let's I put my glasses on so I can see. If you've got a line of battle here, in this case it's a couple of spearmen, and I don't have any knights handy, but we'll just pretend these guys are knights. Okay. I'm a big fan of advancing your heavy foot and then keeping your knights in reserve for a counter punch. I prefer to use knights as a counter punch because the knights I find very susceptible that if there's any bows, the bows can pick them off and either kill them by concentrating two of them on there, because they're only a 3 versus a bow's 4. So you get two guys firing on them, that's a 4-2 shot. And then it's really likely that they'll get recoiled and then have command pip problems for you. So my preference is to use knights and as a counter punch, not as a front, as hitting them first with them. Now, if you have an army that's almost all knights, you don't really have that luxury. But if you've got some heavy foot And knights, you lead with a heavy foot and you use the knights to counterpunch. Because the other thing that's really good is if you've got a line of heavy foot like this, all right, and let's say something happens, like say even knights charge you, okay, and they hit this guy in the middle and bam, blow him up, and the knight ends up being impetuous. Okay, so this is the enemy knight here. Well, you got guys here in the backfield. I don't mind hitting him now. Now I'm a 4, and if this is a knight, he's a 4 down to a 3 down to 2. Now I got a 4 to 2. And even if I don't kill him, I've just reformed my whole line by doing that. And I'm in a safe spot where I can't get picked off by bowmen. So I personally, if given a choice, like to use knights defensively as a counterpunch. The way I like to think of them is kind of like, like the German tanks in World War II in 1944. You know, they didn't have very many of them, and they kept them kind of in the back to do counterpunches, that kind of stuff. So, well, they didn't have a lot of them compared to other times. So that's how I prefer to use knights. Of course, if you've got an army that's half knights or mostly knights, you can't really do that. I think knights are fine against mounted. I just don't like how their interaction with bow. And I'm telling you that as a bow player, because there's nothing better than facing a bunch of knights down when you have a bunch of bowmen, because you're one better number than them, and you're shooting them and disorganizing them. There's no cost to you. If you're shooting them at range and you roll a 1, nothing happens to you because they're not shooting back. I mean, sure, if you roll a 1 when you're in close combat, but you're already one number higher than they are. So, yeah, I prefer knights as a counterpunch. I don't like them to be out there the main fighting force, because even when they win, you'll have like an entire line of knights and hit another, say, cav, and as long as they all win, everything's good. But if like one guy loses and another guy loses and the other guy wins, one guy's out there by himself and on an open turn, ends up on the opposite guy's turn, he gets to attack him, and then all of a sudden they're double overlapped. So my preference is to use them defensively. But then, I like to be offensive with my heavy foot and my bows. I like to what I like to call a wall of doom. So you may have a formation that has, now this is of course in an open setting. You have a formation that has spear or blade or something like that. Something like four blade or four spear and four bow, and you intersperse them, and you just keep walking that formation forward while you're shooting bows, and just drive the other guy freaking mad. Because that's what I wouldn't want someone to do to me. Find what you don't like and then do that to the enemy. But then, some people, it's up to you. I mean, some people like Luke like to charge all the way in them. Some people like to charge their knights into elephants, God forbid. But that's how I like to use knights. I certainly like to pay them. I certainly like to paint them. But I don't like them because of their impetuousness and that they just aren't very. They're a 3 against bow fire, and that's just it's really easy to get a doubled up bow, and a 4 to 2 shot is deadly. It's very deadly. So, God, I don't mind fighting knights with light horse. I really don't. I think it's a pretty good matchup. Light horse have their problems, and they're probably the element that I think are they don't play how they should, in my opinion, in DBA. And it's not against how they deal with knights; it's how they deal with like heavy foot and stuff like that. But light horse can deal with knights just fine. So, anyhow, I don't know if that was helpful, but that's my strategy. Not really my strategy, it's my tactics. I'm a tactics person, not really a strategy guy. So, when I set up a battle, I like to set up, unless if I'm playing an opponent that their armies are similarly matched. So in other words, it's not like I'm fighting a bunch of skirmishers and I've got knights. So, but if I'm fighting an equivalent opponent, I like to set up balanced, and that's even if whether I'm defending or attacking. So if I've got a force that has All right, let me give you New Kingdom Egyptians because the New Kingdom Egyptians are a third. They're a third light chariots. They're a third blade and a third bow. I would set up the blade in the middle, the bow on the ends, and I would set up the chariots on the other side of that, and then maybe keep one of them in reserve. But I like keeping the same amount of stuff on either side, bowmen on the ends, so that way I can react to what the other person does. Now, why are you so reactive? Because you just never know what you're going to roll for pips. You don't want to have like, okay, my plan is going to be go really strong left side, and then you get a one for pips the first turn, or then and then a two the next one, and then the third time you get a one. You know, I want to be prepared for all eventualities and be in a formation where I can react efficiently. So, but that's just me. I don't. I honestly don't. Somebody made a comment on one of the battles of the day and said, "Oh, I was trying to figure out what you guys were going to do the next turn, and I don't really worry about what my opponent is going to do the next turn. I'm not a chess. I'm not programmed to play chess. I'm not really good at looking what somebody else is going to do. I like setting up a strong position and then every turn improving my position and making my opponent's position worse. That's kind of my MO. Wall of Doom does that, and playing the Knights defensively does that. That's generally what I like to do. Set up strong, ready for eventualities, be able to react. Don't be spread all over the place so you don't have a big pip drain, and let the other guy make a mistake. You know, and and at first glance that might sound like, oh, that you're playing very defensively, but if you've seen me play, I'm not very defensive at all. I'm always attacking somewhere, but I'm always like, okay, I'm really good in this position. How can I make my position better? All right, let's push over here and we'll get some bow shots at his knights to disrupt that. Okay, and then eventually you'll get a kill, and then eventually they're disrupted, so you move forward in your strong formation to contact the knights and really blow them to pieces. That kind of stuff. That's kind of my MO and how I play. Yeah, I guess that is. I mean, we probably could do that if I didn't mind making. If we went back to doing the single videos by a time, we could do a real world type thing with the two players. Like, okay, this is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm planning. Because I don't mind giving up my tactics to somebody else. Because I don't have a set strategy how I'm going to go. It's not like I can only win this way and let me keep this. I stay flexible because things don't go according to plan. So, okay, so we have our base color. So hopefully that was useful. I think you said it was, but yeah, you just have to play a lot of games and it'll come naturally to you. The main thing is you got to make sure you're playing the game right, because the tactics will just come by itself. I know some people have asked me, it's like, okay, I want to know how you win this with this game. Okay, well, you got to play games, dude, because you know, it's it's super complicated, sometimes. So, all right, so I'm in a quandary. All right, here's the quandary I'm in. I don't want to put red on the lance. It's just going to be too much red. It's going to be too distracting. So what am I going to do? All right, well, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the striping, and we're going to do black with the other color. All right, so this is stay flexible. My background is playing mostly World War II games. And playing mostly World War II games is be flexible. Combined arms. Don't hit them with one thing and only one thing. Hit them with everything. It's like either everybody fights or nobody fights. And that's kind of, all right, I got to stop talking because I'm going to mess this up. So here's what I'm going to do. When you're doing stripes, you got to pace yourself. And we're going to do black and white stripes on here. All right, so we're going to find the middle point and do a little mark here. Okay, and then we're going to find the middle point of that and do another mark there, and then middle point here. Okay, and I don't think I want to get crazy and do it even smaller than that. I guess I could. This one's not exactly in the middle. Yeah, I don't. Let's go ahead and paint this all the way around there. One there. And those swirl type of stripes like they did in the Renaissance stuff, yeah, I don't do those. That's just way too much work. That's way too stressful. Not in this scale. They'll just go around concentrically. And that'll be good enough. Spiraling lances and stuff like that. Yeah, no. We don't need that in our life. Okay, so we've got that. Do you want to cut that in half again? Yeah, we can cut that in half again. Here, here, here. If it doesn't turn out perfect, don't worry about it. These were hand painted. That's the one thing if you've seen me use Little Big Man Studios decals, those things look better than anybody in that time period would have been able to paint. I mean, unless you're Michelangelo. You know, Michelangelo isn't being hired to paint shields for your army, okay? Little Big Man Studios decals are great, but they look way better than anybody would have been able to paint at that time. You know, unless they were funded by the Pope. You know, you're not going to put a paint a shield that nice. It's just going to get beat up against the other guy that you're fighting. So, hand painting stuff isn't an issue. So, just think of the brushes that they might have had during that time period. You know, they'd be like most of them would be like those plastic testers brushes. Remember those crappy things? Those nylon flared things? Those are horrible. All right, let's get here. Okay, now what I am going to do different is the butt plate of this, I'm not going to do any striping on the butt plate. Okay? Why? Because just to make it a little bit different. Make it stand out a little bit. All right, and we're going to come in, we're going to just lighten this up a little bit. And like I said, if this doesn't turn out how I want it to, I'll just repaint it. It's not that big a deal. Not a big deal at all. But you can't have a conversation with somebody and said, okay, well, how do somebody who's never played, how do you win at this game? Play more games, dude. The best thing you can do if you've never played is teach somebody else how to play. Well, okay, you have to have the rules and you have to have an interest, but when you have to come up with answers, look things up. You'll eventually get it. Or, watch some of my videos and then open up the rules. That's kind of why we've changed the format. We want you guys to see how it looks, how we're rolling for who wins the attack or who's the defender, that kind of stuff, and that helps, So now the only thing on our videos that we do that's not in the rules is this whole business of what size board you want to play. Now I think recently just about all of us are playing on the 24 by 24, but that's kind of our own home rule that we've added is we let the attacker decide whether he's attacking on a 24-inch board or a 30. And lately it's almost always a 24-inch board. So. And that's good because it allows the camera to get closer to the figures, so you'll see the figures a little bit more. If we have to zoom out and on a 30 by 30-inch board, you guys aren't going to see the figures as well. So I know some of you guys want to see the figures, but that makes it that much easier to do on the smaller board because you can get closer to it. So. Do I find that a lot of DBA wargamers pay too much attention to opponents' knights the way World War II gamers pay too much attention to German Tiger tanks? I'd be more worried about German Tiger tanks than I would knights. Yeah, I think so. Knights are powerful because of the other people have like a phobia of them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not worried about knights. You know, give me a line of blade. I did that one time. I fought, I forget what, some tournament. I ended up playing my, what I like to call my seafarers, which are my medieval Norwegians. So their core is like 6 solid blade and like 3 knights, one of them being the general. And there's some odds and ends, and some other odds and ends, the other 3 elements against, who was it? Was it like the Kandata or something like that? It was somebody that had a lot more knights than I did. And he just lined his knights up, charged my line. I'm like, all right, well, we're same number, and I'll kill him on ties. And he killed one, and then killed another one, and then killed another one, and then killed another one, and killed another one, all in one bound. So I went. It was like 5-0 or 6-0 in one bound, or 6-1 or something like that. But that normally doesn't happen. Those things, yeah, they're flukes, and people freak out about knights that way. Like, man, they're really powerful. Well, yeah, if you roll right, and if they don't, you're screwed. And if you go and you charge at an opponent when it's your bound and you don't produce, so in other words, it's your turn to line everything up however you want it to. So you go in as the knight player, and you do not win, and you get, like, let's say you kill no one, or you kill one element and you lose 3, and now it's your opponent's bound to capitalize on that. Yeah, I don't like knights. I don't like how knights play. They don't fit my personality. So doesn't mean I won't use them. It just they're not the thing. But yeah, people over worry about them. People definitely over worry about them. They got that downside that even when they win, they could lose. So I guess Blade could be the same way too. They advance, but that doesn't mean knights suck. It's just that they're not what they're all cut out to be like that. They'll be like, well, it depends what player you are. Okay, I look at the raw numbers. I'm more interested in the numbers than say Mitch. Mitch is he's admitted to me he likes the quick kills. He likes units that quick kill other units, and I'm like, I'd rather not have the quick kill and have a more solid number. So like spear, I'll take spear all day long. You know, I ain't scared of spear. Spear don't advance when they win. Perfect. They're a solid 4. Nice. To get another spear next to them and they become a 5 against foot. Great. You know. Now you can't pull a fast one on somebody with spear because they just, they move slow. Or, you know. But that doesn't mean I want a whole army of all spearmen. Variety is. I like an army of one of every element that's made. But I can deal with those things. I've played enough games. As a matter of fact, we got a game coming on Tuesday. If I get two wins, it'll be my 1,000th win in a standard DBA game. So, because other games don't count because I'd have to have other categories for stuff. But I keep track of all my wins and losses for a standard DBA game. So, not a big battle game, not a scenario game, not like the battle that we just did of Sex Guy. Just a standard DBA game. I'm at 998 wins. Now, I got like 832 losses, so it's not like, I'm Kasparov or anything, but I've played a lot and I'm still learning stuff. But I'm mainly a painter. I do this to paint. So even with as much as I've gamed, almost 2,000 games, I still have painted a lot more hours than I've played hours. So, yeah, we got girls practicing their routine in the other room. So if you guys hear any giggling, that's what's going on. It's not my harem or anything. But yeah, people just look at the quick kills and go, ooh, quick kill. Yeah, a little bit more highlighting here. Okay. And But, we all have our different style of play, and I think that's a good thing. As long as you don't have people like, I don't want to change the way Luke plays, and, or any of the other guys. They have their own style of play, and the fact that we play differently, maybe not in all situations, but in many situations, is a good thing. I don't need to convert other people to. I don't want to. I don't want people throwing wall of dooms on me. But most of the time, I'm not worried about what my opponent is trying to do. I know that sounds funny, but I just don't. I mean, you can't get faked out by somebody if you're not worried about what they're doing. They can't be like, man, I thought you were going to do this. No, I'm not worried about what you're doing, dude. I'm just trying to improve my situation every game, every from bound to bound. And obviously sometimes the pip gods have other plans, but that's kind of my mo. I'm trying to I'm trying to put myself in a better situation than I was the term before. And if these don't come out evenly spaced, it's not that big of a deal. It's close. So, all right, we still got some metal for the tip here. Let's see, that's the shiny one. Let's go for the not so shiny one. Leave a little bit of black on the end there in between the two colors. Helps it pop a little bit. Yeah, the best thing you could do is teach somebody how to play, and then if you're a lot better than the other person, like if you have a lot more experience, teach that person all your tricks, so they become a better player, so that you're challenged more, so that you become a better player. I don't want to hide things from people. Not people I'm going to play on a local basis. It is a blessing to play a game like DBA and not have to argue about rules most of the time. You could just put your guys down and play. You rolled high or roll. You can just sit down and just enjoy rolling dice and painting figures, and that's why I've stuck with this silly game as long as I have. Let me do some maintenance stuff things. I've got some things that are coming up here, and I don't like all these notifications on my phone. I don't know why I'm getting a notification about Scrabble Go. I've never played it in my life. Where are we at? Well, we still got water. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of yapping. That's good. That keeps me entertained. So, anything else you want to ask me? I'm happy to share it. So, yeah, I don't put a lot of thought into playing this game. You just kind of do it. It's just done it so long that you just you kind of do it. Okay, so we've got a scabbard to do. Let's jump on a scabbard. Go jump on a scabbard. All right. Let's do something that's not maybe a dark green, but not super bright green. Let's see what we got here. German dark greens. This is like one of the things. Tiger tanks. The problem with the tiger tanks is most people use too many of them in a game. You know. Man, and I'm a World War II gamer through and through, but I haven't played in a long time. I'm too anal retentive. Yeah, it's like there's a friend of mine. He got a PhD in history. He's a history teacher, and he did his PhD in something Napoleonic. He doesn't play Napoleon. He does not play Napoleonic games because he knows too much, and whatever he plays just doesn't have enough of the meat and potatoes that he craves. And I kind of feel the same way about World War II. There's games that I can get all that out of, but they're games that move so darn slow that aren't really playable. So I just assume just not play it. I mean, I've played World War II stuff a lot, so it's not like it's that big a loss, you know. But yeah, I'm one of those guys that I want different versions of a T-34 tank to behave differently. So, and I'm not talking about whether it has an 85 millimeter gun. I'm talking about, the other ones. So, I'm better off. The stuff I want to play just isn't playable. The only way I'd do World War II gaming now probably is if I had an area set up in my house, which I have one. I can put it in the back room and just solo play on video as we went. Just to verbalize my thoughts because I do enjoy doing that. So I do enjoy the never-ending monologue. It helps keep you on track. It helps you think. So that's the only way I would do it. But gosh, I'd have to spend a lot of time relearning the rules, or not really relearning them, but it's just not worth it. I could get so much more DBA stuff done, and and have something to show for it, and the game's done. You can finish a game in an hour. You know, it's not that I don't want to play for 8 hours. I just don't want to play one game for 8 hours when I can play 8 different games. So, but I've done all those long games. I don't want to do them anymore. You know, I find too many players to pour more tigers than would have been found on the front that day. Yeah. The other thing is if you're playing a game like Flames of War, uh, any game where you're buying units by points, most people want the elite super powered units and only a few of them because they're cool, okay, but they're super powered and you don't have to paint a bunch of stuff. So like, why would you buy, like a bunch of conscript Russian infantry? Because you have to paint it, you have to buy all of them and you have to paint all of them. I'd rather just paint, a couple king tigers and call it a day. Yeah, it's just human nature. So you end up having a bunch of, unless you're playing a scenario or whatever, people just, you end up playing with all the flukes and weird things of the stuff. They're not playing Soloy silliness in World War II. You know what I mean? They're playing superpower stuff. And well, there's nothing wrong with playing really powerful things. It's good to mix it up. It's good to mix it up. So I know at least in DBA, playing some of the crummy armies are a lot more fun because everything's hanging on by a thread. All right. Oh, I know we don't have any of this color out here. Good old bronze. Good old Vallejo bronze. Yeah, I love World War II stuff, though. Especially the Eastern Front. As I like to call it, bad guy versus bad guy. Worst, bad guy versus worst guy. And who's worse is up to your perception. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what my opinion is, assuming I have one on it, but I always like that. You're always playing the bad guy. So, like the Eastern Front. Everything's available out there. Although if I had to do it again, okay, I've got a lot of 20 millimeter skirmish stuff to do. I would probably start painting French partisans and probably do stuff like that. Probably do really, because the stuff that I would do is, you're running like 3 or 4 people. That's it. So I think that would work really well for that. Is probably let everybody play French partisans. You'd play resistance fighters, and then the GM would play the Germans. It's easier that way, probably. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Am I going to do it? Hell no. I'm not getting back into that. But I do have lots of figures that I like. So it's nice having that in the back of your mind. It's like, well, if I ever feel like it, this is what I'll do. But Yeah, I love World War II stuff. Of course, by the time I get back down to playing it, there probably won't be any World War II vets alive. So, because I remember when I started playing World War II stuff as a kid, those folks were in their 60s? Yeah, I guess they would have been in their 60s, age wise. And now it's, they're pushing 100. So, so for those of you that are following my antics on the Renaissance stuff, I picked up that history of the what's it called? Warfare in the 16th century or whatever. And I only got a chance to read a couple pages. Well, I was waiting for my daughter today, and I went through about, I don't know, a dozen more pages. That's a really freaking great book. It's a really easy book to read, and I'm really enjoying that. I really need to find time to sit down and actually read it because it's very enjoyable. So that's I don't mind playing other rule sets. Like, I would love to try. What rules would I like to try out there? Mortem et Gloriam Pacto. I wouldn't mind trying to play in Mortem et Gloriam Pacto. And I wouldn't mind playing to the strongest. But I don't have it in me to learn another set of rules and be the front man on them. So, um, you know, um, those sound cool. I've watched a couple of videos on them, and they look really interesting. Just picked up a new Osprey on the Italian Renaissance armies. Great illustrations. Oh, it's out already, huh? So I've never been excited about the Osprey books very much until because I have some, and it's not that I don't have any. It's just they'll show you things you don't want to see, and then they don't show you stuff that they do, or they'll show you a picture of a figure. Okay, what does a shield look like? And it shows you the back side of the shield. It's like, what? Just for inspiration and stuff. But I actually pre-ordered one set of books. The only Osprey book I ever pre-ordered. It came out. It came out last year, and I'll show you what it is. I was so excited to get this one because I figured, oh, maybe it'll show me some things that I didn't know about anymore. And here we go. One of my favorite guys. I got to build his army one of these days. I got all this stuff for him. Army of Pyrrhus of Epirus. Yeah, this thing came out, I think, in November of last year. Yeah, so I read this thing, looked at the color plates. It didn't tell me anything in there I didn't already know. I'm like, what? I mean, it didn't inspire me to do anything. So it was like, well, that was kind of disappointing. And, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it just didn't shed any new light that wasn't available in the War Games Research Group, Armies of the Macedonian Wars. It didn't have anything new in there. So, yeah, I think from now, that was the last time I pre-ordered it. And honestly, I've just gotten really spoiled buying Osprey books for half price. Between this huge used bookstore that's available in Jacksonville, a $15 book. I think that's how much they are now, right? They're like $14.99, $7. And calling them used, some of those books, Yeah, they're not used. I mean, they might have some fading on the binding on some of them, but most of them are like brand new. You couldn't be able to tell the difference between that and a new book. But yeah, the Renaissance Army book. Yeah, I knew that one was coming out soon. So, who did the art for that? Was it Rava? I think that's Rava's art in that. Yeah, I like most of Rava's artwork. My favorite was still what's his face? Oh man, Angus McBride. Angus McBride was my favorite. Loved his artwork. I don't need the Osprey book so much for the text, but just for almost like inspiration to paint, just kind of, starting point, you know. Giuseppe Rava. I think that's who the artist was on that. I could be wrong. Okay, so what do we got left on this dude? Well, we have this strap with his saddle and stuff is attached to the bottom. Do we have any of this buff color? We can kind of manipulate that one into not having to create another color. Yeah, so we'll take this here and add black to it. We're going to get a grayish type color. We come in here and paint that. My favorite useless book of all is the Alexander book, the book on Alexander, where it shows all these pictures of his army, and they're either barefoot or they're like raiding a city and looting it, and none of them really in the stuff that we want the pictures for them to be in. Oops. That I believe was a Angus McBride book, the one on Alexander the Great. And I got a couple of them that I've got two of them in particular. I'll show them to you in a second. That were compilations that were, well, I've got more than that were a compilation, but two of them in particular that weren't done by Osprey, or maybe they were. McBride's illustration, English Civil War, one of my favorites. I don't think that I've seen that, but that's not really a period of my interest. But I do like all of his work. Yeah, I've seen stuff by him that it's a period I don't care for, and I still like his art. Let me show you these. I picked these up at that at the book mine. It's called the Chamblin Book Mine. It's in Jacksonville, Florida. And actually, they are. You know what they are? They're compilations by a military book club. That's what they are. And there's two of them. And here's some of the pictures I was just talking about. It's Alexander the Great, Armies and Campaigns, 334 to 323 BC. Okay, and this is a Osprey military book club compilation. So this is part of the book on Alexander the Great, and it has some of the campaign series and has a bunch of other stuff. So let me see if I can get away with this. Yeah, $6 for this, and this is like brand new. Like, how can you leave this on the shelf for $6? Okay, and I guess there's book one, book two. So this is like the campaign part, and this is like so maybe it's the campaign of Alexander the Great, and also the one on the Osprey book on him. And yeah, book two, Alexander's campaign. So this is extremely hard to do this backwards. So how about we compromise and do it sideways? Yeah, so you've got these illustrations, and this is definitely Angus McBride. So this is cool. This is cool. All right, there he is. There's the big man himself with the. He's got the Elvis sideburns. Yeah. Yeah, like, can you show me some infantry with their pike up in the air? Nope. Can you show me the front of this guy's shield? Nope. It's the stuff we painters want to see, you know? Yeah, so this is that part of the book there. And then, some of the battles. It's just kind of, these things are like basic information. So you go and get excited and, and read more about it on your own. Yeah, there's no way in hell I'm leaving this book for $6. So that's one of them. And this other one is everybody's favorite general, Hannibal. Okay. Ooh, I overpaid for this one. This was 15. Maybe that $6 one was marked off wrong. So same thing. This one has armies of the Carthaginian Wars. Again, same thing. This is not Angus McBride's work. This is someone who's I don't care for as much. But again, it just gives you inspiration to paint this stuff. Even though I'm not into Carthaginians, but I was there. So yeah, this is the stuff from like their campaign series. So anyhow, that's those two. So. Yeah, I actually have neither one of those two armies. I don't have either one of those two armies because Mitch has them both. There's no point in getting things that somebody else already has unless it's something I absolutely am dying to have. So, yeah. So anyhow, back to this night here. So I don't know if that was it. I don't know if that was useful or interesting, or maybe neither, or maybe both. But yeah. It's like watching dancers on TV. They never show you the footwork. And John Peter, as always, consistently here. Guten Tag. Okay. So, where did we leave on this guy? We've got his lance about done. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. And what do we got left? We got the mane to put on there, and some hooves and socks if he's going to have socks. So, oh, and of course, little horse ears. Let's go ahead and knock that out before I end up forgetting to do that. Okay, and then we can go on to the next night. Let's get us some water because I have been talking. Which is good because it keeps me from yawning. I didn't sit down at this table to fall asleep, pal. I have no life, so I watch you. Well, there's a lot of worse things you could be watching. Not to toot my own horn, but you could be watching a lot worse things than me. So, like any reality show, that would be much worse. Okay. So we need to do the horse ears. So let's go ahead and grab that color. I believe that one is called Cavalry Brown. Yeah. I was watching some video I think it was somebody that was doing a video on one of those rule sets I was talking about. And every time they mentioned the horse name that starts with C, this word, they kept calling it Calvary. I'm like, oh my God. No, we're not talking about the Jesus Hill. It's cavalry. Oh well. It's a common thing that people do, I guess. Once you hear it once, it's just like poking you in your eye every time you hear it. All right, I put way too much of that color down, but that's okay. I'm a wasteful American, I guess. We're gonna go ahead and put these little, mix up a batch here. Yeah, English Civil War seems to be fairly popular. I'm not sure why, um, but that's okay. I'm not a fan of civil wars in general. But yeah, English Civil War seems to be pretty popular. I think I've watched a couple of movies on it. Just doesn't do my thing. It's better than American Civil War. I don't care for that at all. But as a matter of fact, there's a video game that I like to play. I like to talk about it. The Pike and Shot game by Matrix. There's English Civil War scenarios in there. I can't get into them. They're just too. The armies in those are too generic. They're like almost. Every unit is like it's either a cavalry and of a couple different kinds, or the pike and shot combined units are all like the same. There's just not enough variety in there for me. So, but that's okay if you like that. That's same thing with 30 Years War. 30 Years War just doesn't do it for me. I like the Renaissance, but I like the stuff in the 1500s. So, and it's not because it's English, because I'm American and I don't like American Civil War. So that's got nothing to do with it. Let's see what else we got here. Watching you paint increases my inferiority complex, at least as far as painting goes. Other than that, I can live with myself. Okay, well, that's not really what the purpose of my video is, but thank you, I think, or no thank you. I do it for me, honestly. If you guys can find some value in this, that's awesome. I do this so I can stay on track. Otherwise, I would have already found something else to do instead. Okay, so let's do socks. So what are we doing in the sock department on this guy? Let's just do all four and hell with it. Okay, and so what I do with socks is let's make sure we've got some white here that is in uh, in good shape. Man, those girls will be loud out there. I need to go grab my belt and go out there. I'm kidding. They're practicing their routines for synchronized swimming, what they like to call land drills. Okay, let's see. We're gonna mix this a dark shade, which is about like the same color that this was down here at the bottom. Okay, and from that point we start adding white. Okay, so we're gonna try to leave a little bit of a border between the black of the hoof and this. So we're gonna just come up a little bit. Where did my special? There we go. So what the hell do you people that are on lockdown do all day? Watch TV, YouTube, chores? Because some of you guys work from home and can't leave. I honestly forget this damn thing's going on because I gotta work just like normal, you know. Not really going. The only thing we're not doing is really going to those theme parks that we used to do for weekends. Our weekends have changed. Our weekends are more stay at home. But Monday through Friday, this really hasn't changed at all for us. So I honestly forget this damn thing's going on. So joke's on you, government. I'm not doing anything different. Here. I mean, no conventions, but whatever. We'll go back to going to them when they have them again. I'm painting more than I ever have. looks like somebody won the lottery. The sounds of life being lived, good times. I'm on lockdown and self-employed, so I have to be available should a call come in and I go through the motions. Well, you work from home, right? So you can wear whatever the hell you want. You can just be in pajamas all day long. Don't have to comb your hair, because we know how much you hate doing that. No, I just mean at least you're comfortable. This holiday season coming up is going to be really interesting because I had already gotten out of the habit of really going to stores on the big sales. So you won't see me in those stores for those sales, waiting in line for Black Friday. Nope. Okay, maybe a little bit more white to make it pop. I'm just going to go straight from here. I didn't know my camera was on. There you go. Be comfortable, man. By all means. The thing I dislike the most about my job is I got to wear uncomfortable clothes. I don't have to wear a uniform or anything, but I do work on a construction type site, so to speak. So, I'm always hot and I can't wear shorts or anything. So, yeah, I would love it. I would love to work from home and be wearing whatever the hell I want. I don't mean running around naked or whatever. I just mean, just being comfortable. I'm always hot, so uh, being comfortable would be nice. But yeah, whatever. Like I said, it's no different than any other day, really. So, and we're extremely busy. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to be able to take all my vacation days this year because it's too busy now. I've canceled all my vacations because the convention's canceled and there's not enough days left in the year for me to take them. So I'm just gonna have to walk away from a bunch of vacation days. But whatever, at least I'm employed, so no issues on that front. But I'm not gonna take days off when they're nightmarishly difficult and have to clean up after when I get back. So as it is, I am off all next week. Yeah, all next week. I'll be back on 29th. What day is it today? I don't even know what day. I know it's a Saturday. I don't know what Saturday it is. But I'm off for a few days, so we'll see some more painting videos, and we should have a gaming video on Monday, unless too many monkeys show up. And maybe even have one on Tuesday. We'll see. Stay tuned, folks. Your entertainment is my wish. I think we're done with this guy. Oh no, we still have to do the main. Damn it. All right, so let's grab our SS camouflage black. I bet they don't sell that color in Germany. You might call it something else. I don't know why they call it that. It must be like the tiny little bit of dark brown that's in the camo smocks that the SS use. Must be this color, but I wouldn't have called it black at all. It's really dark brown, but anyhow, this is what we're going to use as the color for the main here. And we don't want to use black completely. We use this color. So. All right. No, we got hooves to do. That's what we got. If I were to forget to paint the hooves, okay, and I was done painting the entire figure and it was sealed and everything, I'd go in and paint them afterwards and not seal them. They're in a place where they're not going to get scuffed up by people touching them. You know, it's going to be really hard to touch the hoof, you know, and without touching anything else. So, not a big deal. Don't, nothing to stress out over. They want to lock down the schools in Germany again, but they want to wait until all the students are inside. Okay? SS Uniform by Hugo Boss. I think you said that several months ago, and I looked it up. I had no idea. I had no idea. Hey, I'm not worried about that. I'm a World War II nut, but I didn't know that stuff. I'm not worried about production practices. One thing production practices did catch. I remember when the Schindler's List came out many, many years ago. Was it 93, 94, whenever that came out? I hated it was black and white. I still do. I mean, nothing is, if you want something vivid, yeah, do World War II stuff and stuff like that in color. That's really like disturbing. But anyhow, so I'm watching this movie towards the end of the movie. I've only seen the movie once, so if I get the details wrong, oops, I've only seen it once in the movie theaters. And there's this part where he's there getting ready to take his the people that he has working for him and send them to a bad place. And he grabs this, I believe he grabs this child's hands and says, "This is Liam Neeson." Saying, "See these hands here? These are I need these to clean the 45 millimeter casings." And the first thing I thought of is, so you're building ammo for the Russians, huh? You get all the details like there's no 45 millimeter rounds in the Wehrmacht. You're working for the Russians. That's about all the production stuff I can handle. I don't focus on that part of the. Like I said, I don't. I like World War II books. I like to read them, but I'm interested in stuff on tactics, battles, equipment, stuff like that. I don't care about grand strategy stuff. That's just not my thing. Well, I don't read any World War II stuff anymore. But if I was going to, I'm not interested in the big picture things like that. That's just not a part of it. So like Rise and Decline of the Third Reich, I'd never read that or have it read to me. It's just too broad. I'm just not interested. So. I have a limited amount of time on this earth, and I choose not to spend it on that. I've war gamed a lot. One of my least favorite games I've played, World War II games, maybe my least favorite game I've ever played, was Rise and Decline of the Third Reich. God, I hated that game. Burps and lurps and terps and flirps and no. And it didn't look pretty. And there's people, a good friend of mine, it was his favorite game. And I had to, I'd rather play Big Battle DBA than play Rise and Decline of the Third Reich. It doesn't look good. So, when you play, I have nothing against board games. I've played many of them. But if it doesn't look appealing, I'm not interested. So I wasn't interested in the scale of it. I wasn't interested in what it looked like. But that's why they make all kinds of different games. I know people that like strategic games and don't like tactical games. I'm a tactics guy. I am a tactics guy through and through. I would say it never snows in September. The German side of Market Garden, lots of small unit tactical description. Okay, that's a book. I got one book here that I believe it's called Men Against Tanks, and it's It is small unit tactics. I believe it's all U.S. versus the. No, is it men against tanks? I do have a men against tanks, or I had it and it sucked. It's against the Panzers is the one I'm thinking of. Let me see. Let's see. We should have it down there somewhere. Against the Panzers, yeah. Yeah. Men against tanks sucked, and it was too generalized, and it was old. Against the Panzers is a relatively new book, and it is extremely detailed. And I got about halfway through it. I had to stop reading it because I'm like reading it with an atlas and reading it with, but it's like you could get scenarios in there of like, town assaults, where the 57 millimeter guns, where the bazookas were set up against, I think one of the scenarios was one of the books talked about the German counterattack at Mortain, and where this particular village and where they had the stuffed ambush to do it, and it's a very interesting. It's great for like scenarios and stuff like that. But man, it is really involved, like really to unit small unit tactics. So yeah, I've picked up some World War II books across over the years. One of them in particular, I had no idea it was actually a collector's item. Well, I shouldn't say that. It goes for a lot of money on Amazon, and there's no more prints of it. And it just happened to be by a local author that happened to I saw his book, a local author here in Gainesville, Florida, and I saw his book, and I'll show it to you guys in a second. And they were selling it on Amazon for like $300, and it's a soft book. And I'm not going to sell it because, I don't need the $300. Actually, it's a book I want to read. Fiction. It's the author passed away very young. I think he died of cancer, and in the mid '90s, I believe. And he lived in this area, and he published this book, and I'll show you what that book is here in a second. But it's historical fiction, so I thought, hey, maybe I could read this again and make some scenarios. But I just don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna be gaming World War II anymore. It's too much to what I want to simulate. It's just too much of a burden on top of me for me. So, and then even if I get all that stuff done, then I have to worry about people damaging my stuff, and I really don't want to go there. I think we're done with that. Yeah, let's show you what this guy looks like. Let's see. Let's see what you guys are looking at. Let's hold this down so it doesn't flip. Yeah, I don't think he looks that good. He will when he gets dull coated and all that shine in the wrong places will go off. But yeah, Hungarian Knight number one. That's one of the guys on one of the deep nights. So okay, the book I was talking about, and you can't get this book. Well, you can't. You could, but it was a limited edition print by a small company. This guy actually put out a couple of books. I've got two of them. One of them is, I believe, completely out of print. They're both similar. I've read them both. No, I did not read the second one. All the way through. Typical story. I did finish this one. This almost reads like a horror book. It's not a horror book. It's not zombies or anything. It's called Madness Without End, Tales of Horrors from the Russian Wilderness, 1941 and 1945, by Russ Schneider. This came out around 1993. Look at this. The humidity is kind of affected the edge of this page much. Not really any. When did this thing get printed? 1994. Yeah, it's a small publisher called Prairie here in Gainesville. So on the back excerpt it says, "No, dear reader, these are not supernatural tales of horror. No need. The horror of these tales arises from one of the most terrible wars ever fought. It was the biggest armed conflict of all time, fought with a savagery that may have been equaled during other dark periods of history, but certainly never surpassed. The author has spent many years studying the Russo-German War. Even aficionados of the period are often still discovering new horrors from the war, new details from the seemingly endless battles. These stories are fiction, but the close attention to historical detail will hopefully suit even the most ardent student of the time. These are tales of the SS, of the Wehrmacht, and of the Red Army, of the partisans, of the great armored battles, of coolness under fire, of savagery, of utter degradation, tales from the trackless forests and steppes of the Russian wilderness, otherwise known as the Eastern Front. So there's, how many stories are in here? Like a dozen, I want to say. One, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. There's nine, 10. There's 10 short stories. And, he's got this is one of his artistic representations there of the Eastern Front there with his own penmanship there. So these are actually pretty cool. And I thought, hey, maybe I could do some scenarios based on these guys. But so this book, I went to look it up the other day to see if there was just to see what it was worth. And it was like going like they had one copy and it was going for like $202 or something like that. Something absurd. I mean, this is a 1995 book, so I don't think it's available on Kindle or anything. But these were pretty captivating. But it definitely they're all written, I believe, in first person, and they're very they're very graphic, and they're small action stuff. He did a second book that came out. Called Demyansk, and this is all, I believe, this is also another set. This one has four different stories in here, and I think this one may still be in print. Same thing. The stories are just longer. So the problem is I prefer the shorter stories, kind of like what's the name of that book by Clancy? Not the Red October one, the one that's the whole damn war. Oh Christ, I have it here somewhere. Anyways, the one that's the whole World War III thing. It has so many different characters in it. So if you don't like one of them, don't worry because you're gonna go to switch to a different character. So yeah, this one. What's it called? Red Storm Rising. Yeah, Red Storm Rising. I actually read this thing, believe it or not. And not on Audible. I thought this was excellent. Not necessarily my period, but it's cool because it flipped around, and if you don't like one of the characters, you're bound to hate a third of them. Give it a couple pages, it'll go back to somebody else. His books are kind of the same way with the short stories. There's a couple of them that I didn't care too much of them, and a couple of them that were like really, really interesting. So, anyhow, that was my book review on Saturday afternoon there. I also recommend A Time for Trumpets, not the movie. Okay, I think isn't that the movie where it starts with a guy being carried on the back of somebody else, and then ends that way too. That movie was like, by Charles B. McDonald. Great descriptions of battalion and smaller unit actions throughout Battle of the Bulge. Cool. Oh, so I also have the book by the great plagiarizer. Well, supposedly he's a great plagiarizer. I don't know. Stephen Ambrose's. This is a great book. Citizen Soldiers. This is an excellent, excellent book. But it's a book that's for a World War II junkie. Like, you got to know World War II stuff, because it jumps around all over the place. And it's little vignettes of different things that happen in different places. And I really, really like that. There's some skirmish stuff in here for sure. So, I got a bookmark in here. From Borders. Man, we lost our Borders, damn it. I love that place. But this is the Borders in Miami. Yeah, it's gone too. Yeah, I like Borders. But, because when Borders first opened, they had books that, for us military junkies, military history junkies, that other stores didn't have. So it was good from that point. So yeah, good stuff. And I'm trying to get back into reading. It's just difficult to find time to read. I'd rather paint, Hey, I know what I could do. I could do a series of where I'm reading my book and you guys can just listen to me read. No, that's lame. It'd probably be copyrighted too. I don't want to get into that stuff. That's it sends the wrong message. Like I'm trying to give other people's work away for free, and I don't roll that way. You know, I understand people got to make a living. Okay, so we're done with this dude. So now I'm going to paint another guy, and he's going to be the same figure. I like them apples, but we're going to paint him differently. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is, what color horse is he going to be? Well, I'm going to make him. Let's do a different brown, just a standard brown colored horse. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to paint today. But we're going to try to push on, and what is that one guy says? We're going to crack on. And as Mel says, we're going to crack on and get as far as we go. That's the Terrain Tutor. I haven't watched him in a while. That guy's got a lot of energy. Very interesting stuff that he does. All right, I've had enough. We're going to replace this. You guys want to see how to replace this? It's something so basic. People say, hey, how do you do that? Well, what you do is, this is almost drying out too, so it gets kind of, we'll take this here and fold this over. All right, now this is pretty dry here, and here is wet, so we're going to re-moisten this. We're going to take this, you want to fold it over itself so you don't get paint on the side of your garbage can that you guys should all have in your book here. Yes, please demonstrate. Okay, all right, cool. So this is what I use. Okay, I have a separate video on this stuff. I picked this up at a game convention. It's called the Everlasting Wet Palette, and they make it in 2 different sizes. This is the painter size. The next one is the, hello Hans, how are you? The next one is the, look, I got some paint on me. That's why you got to be careful on it. We don't want to, we're going to be painting videos with paint all over ourselves. You end up getting it on something maybe we just finished. So they make 2 different sizes. I don't know what the other one's called. It's blue. It is almost the size of this cutting mat. It's way too big, okay? This runs about $50. It's made by Red Grass Games. I don't know if they sell directly to the public. I bet you could find it. This is before Army Painter came out with them. The Army Painter one might be just fine. Hey James, how are you doing? So what it comes with is one of these. Okay, it's just a piece of plastic that is closable. Okay. And it comes with a rubber band where you can travel with it or whatever, but I don't travel with it. So this little rubber band that closes with it. Whoop-de-doo. That sits off to the side. It comes with a some mixing bowl things, okay, which is just asking for something to spill. And they just, watch this, it just attaches to the side because it's magnetized. It's got a couple little magnets here on the side which match up with the magnets here. All right. It comes with another one of those. I don't know why you would need another one, but it comes with 2 of them, and it comes with 50 hydration sheets, which is a fancy name for parchment paper that is cut to size of this thing. So I may be halfway done with them, but I got this like two years ago, so I think I'm doing pretty good. I thought I was gonna like never have to buy them again, but hey, making these painting videos and all the painting I've been doing recently just really takes off. So we'll take one of those hydration sheets, just to show you when this stuff dries out. It's almost like hard cardboard. So what we're going to do is we're going to moisten this, and we'll be right back, okay? And I'll show you how much moisture we put on there. I don't want to take the video on there because then it becomes a house tour, and then you're following me all the way through the house, and then wife's wondering what the hell I'm doing. But I'll be right back in just a matter of minutes. So this is just basically a really thin sponge, and you just pour water over it. Now it's really pretty moist. Okay, I just pour water over this thing and then just tilt it to kind of pour everything out. If there's some in here, like you can tell that there's some maybe here in the corners, that's fine. You want it pretty moist. Okay. And then all you do is you take your hydration paper, wherever the hell it blew off to. That's the other thing. These things are super light, so. And I always have the ceiling fan going on, so. That's it right here. Okay. All you're gonna do is line it up in one corner. Okay. And somebody said, well, how do you get the edges from curling up? They're always curling up like that. Okay, well, you just got to be obstinate. You just tell, look, you son of a biscuit, you just sit your ass down over here. And that's what you do. You just come over the edge with a finger. Done. Never a problem again. Until it dries out. Okay? It'll dry out and then that'll happen again. But it doesn't happen immediately. It's not like you're fighting it every minute, you know. So this is what it is. And the science behind it, I don't know exactly the science, but it seems like you put paint here, it's taking some moisture through this paper and it keeps the paint alive. That's really the magic behind it. So, okay. Sounds like Tony has a dance class in the next room. No, the girls are over practicing their land drills for synchronized swimming. So that's my daughter and her friend and her coach are over there. So it's kind of a dance, water dance, as opposed to the river dance, right? Okay. Oh yeah, they're doing their counts. That's what it is. Now I see where you say that thing is. Yeah. A 1, 2, 3, 4. A 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exactly. Okay. All right. So let's. Okay, so let's put this in a place where you guys can see what I'm working on, and let's get some brown on. Now, the first thing I do when you enjoyed the river dance video. Mitch cracks me up. The river added interesting aspects to the battles. Mitch cracks me up. Yeah, he's lucky. He's lucky that my dog got... those Koreans really wanted to eat my dog, and they really took him to task. I thought I had him, but whatever. So far, it looks like my Irish are going on to being like my most winningest army so far. Right now, if you add even to their allies, they're 4-1 by themselves, and with their allies, they're 6-3. So they've got a pretty good record. So, and you know, when they show up, the whiskey shows up too. So that's always good. So I'm really enjoying. You know what? I had a dream. I think I just realized I had a dream the other night about the pre-feudal Scots. They're on the short list for sure. We're going to be doing some pre-feudal Scots, and we're going to learn to appreciate Scotch. Of course. Why paint them otherwise? All right. So when I switch over to a new one, here is what Mitch is always cracking me up. Mitch is always cracking himself up. He's a happy guy. He's a happy all the time. Whatever the hell that means. He's always positive. So that's, he makes up for me. But he can't film videos. He's not he's technology challenged for sure. But hey, we all have our strong suits. So okay, let's put this stuff away. He has the place where we all get together. We could get together here too, but I don't know about 6 people though. We have to go into the back room, and that's better over there. We can make a mess out of his house. Okay. We used to film here when it was just me and him. Actually, the reason we stopped doing it here is he has the youngest child. He's got I think she's 8. She's 8 now, so It was a time when she was like 4 or 5, and somebody had to watch her, and mine's 15, so she could be by herself. So we just kind of got in the habit of filming over there, and the rest is history. So all right, let's do. Okay, so here's a brush I hadn't used in a while. It looks like it's been mistreated a little bit. So before we get started too far, we're gonna go ahead and try to clean some of that up and see maybe we can use that in the near future here. So here's another product that I use, Master's Brush Cleaner. It makes brushes as good as new. No, it doesn't, but it does get the paint out, and it does do it really, really well. So it does do a really good job of that, but you can never get the brush in the same condition you had as new. So we're just gonna, it's just almost like soap. Get some of this stuff off, and then we can use this one later, but I wanted to show you guys. Some people swear by this stuff. I don't. I just happen to have it. I bought it. I thought it was going to be a lot better than it was. It works really well. Unfortunately, I think that the worst part about it is it creates it. You spend a lot of manpower. You burn a lot of calories trying to get the brush clean. You're just better off just getting another brush or just using a brush for something else. So it does eventually get the paint to come off, and this is all just acrylics and stuff. And it's not like I specifically left the paint on it to dry. It was just that, it happens. Every time you use a paintbrush, some of the paint is left on there, and then some of the paint is left on there, and then some of the paint is left on there, and then eventually, they have a lot of paint on this brush. So let's see what we got here. Okay, it's a lot better. But you can't. It doesn't change the shape. And yeah, you can get some of it on there and leave it on there and leave it to brush the side the shape of the bristles. But I haven't noticed that it could. I mean, once a brush has gone to the point of no return, you just get another brush. I'm not using $10 brushes either. And but not available here in town. You guys know that. I've brought that up many times. Okay, so before I get started on anything, I usually put the black and white in the center position because I'm always using that in my style of painting, and and so forth. So why did we even clean that brush? We figured maybe we could use it on this one. Well, yeah, we're gonna let that dry a little bit. We'll use. We don't need to use one that's super detailed. Like this one's fine. This one should be fine. We're just gonna mix some brown here, some black. What is your estimate how many DBA armies your group has? Well, I have 32. Mitch has more than that, but he has a lot of morphs. So he has like we bought him a big Arab morph at Historicon. So he could build like 12 or 15, 14 different armies out of that thing. Not all at the same time. Luke has a handful. Luke has maybe 7 or 8. I'd say we probably have, if you add all of us, we probably have 100 armies. Now there's some that are overlapped, and we morph a lot of armies. So you'll see us like, one thing, I don't think we've done a series is, before we started filming, what we would do is, like I'd finish, say, my Irish army, and we would play through all the enemies of the Irish, every one of them. So somebody would play the owner of the army, like I would play my Irish, for instance, and then Mitch or somebody else, they would take turns playing all their enemies in a row on the book. So we would do that. We haven't done that in any of the videos. Because when we do those things, all of the enemies are morphed. We don't have every single one of their enemies. So, we'll build the armies out of other figures. So if it calls for, a bunch of blade that are solid, we may end up having to use 100 Years' War English or something for the solid blade, even though it may be Egyptians or whatever, for the other armies to go in a row. We're over that. It doesn't really bother me, but it's not a big incentive to show close-ups of the figures of the army when you're making up all the figures anyways. You're just using them as proxies. So that's I'd say we probably have about 100 armies. I'd say that's probably pretty close. Scott has two. Scott has two. He paints. Scott plays a ton of different games. He's the rules guy, so he's always like checking out rules of other games and playing other games. And I think he plays a different game every night of the week. I think I have 32 or 33, something like that. And Mitch, all of mine have been painted by myself. So Mitch has, I'd say, probably the difference of the 100. I would say. I'm just guessing though, but we can make more armies than that. So we have a bunch. So there's no point, when I'm building stuff. I don't really want to build something that he already has, because what's the point, you know? So I'd rather paint something that none of us have. There's still 80% of the armies none of us have, the actual figures for. So, yeah. Like Luke and Mitch both have a 100 Years War English army. Why? Because they were for sale. Because they don't paint, they have to buy whatever's available for sale. So, now the good news is, based on how long it takes to paint an army, they're actually getting a good deal. I can't sell my stuff because, I'm not, I need them to do videos, and I don't want to be paid $1 an hour at best. So I don't do it for selling. I do it for, for doing it. I do this for therapy. So this is really cheap therapy. Now ask us how much lead we have for other armies. Yeah, that's just, I don't need to buy any more lead. I got way too much stuff to work on. So that's why I don't do anything other than DBA, because it would just mean I would get less of this stuff done. I can't imagine painting for more than one game. That's just insane. So, all right, I think we got all this basic brown one color. Let's bring this up a little bit. Oh, how'd you get so wet? Actually, I'm gonna go grab a soda before we get too far ahead. Or maybe some other coffee. I'll be right back, folks. You've never met a wargamer that doesn't paint? What? I rarely meet one that paints. Rarely. Thank you. Be right back, folks. Never met a wargamer that doesn't paint. Wow. I'm amazed. You Germans are so efficient. I don't want to play a game that I don't paint the figures for. I mean, I get it, but some people just. I think the painting is. I think the painting is relaxing. It's part of the hobby for me, so. I don't know. But I'd say, God, even when you go to a big show like Historicon or something like that, I would say more than half the people don't paint. I haven't taken a survey, but I'd be surprised if it's more than a third. You have Gaho Games, or Gajo, which offers 15mm and 28mm pre-painted figures, $2 for a 15mm foot figure. It's easy to get figures for one period while I paint something else. I think it's really disabling to just paint for one rule system. So many gamers are buying figures and games every week and never getting anything done. You think it's real discipline to just paint for one rule system. I hate throwing money at a problem. I'm not frugal, okay? But I hate wasting money on stuff and have nothing to show for it. I'm definitely not frugal. When it's time to buy figures, I buy whatever I want. The first army I ever painted, my feudal Spanish, I spent $200 worth of figures to get the 30 guys I wanted, 33 guys, 34 figures, whatever. I don't regret it. My time is worth it. But buying, say, Ostrogoths and never painting them is just a complete waste. Or buying a game that you never play. Or buying a book you never read. It's like buying a ticket to a movie and you never step inside and get in there. Now, the advantage. Sorry, mouthful. Had to have a snack, but like, it's almost 2 o'clock. Snuck up on me. The advantage that people that do not paint have over me, I can never sell my figures, ever. Because I'm not going to get anywhere close to, I think, the time that I put into them. Like, not even close. Like, not even 10%. People that buy figures buy an army for $150. They can play with it for a couple of years and sell it for $150. But even though I would never sell one of my armies for $150, nowhere close to that. I think $150 is too much to pay for a painted army. I don't know, because it's just figures. I don't know. It's like a catch-22. So I don't buy painted things. I don't buy painted things. So I can paint. I enjoy painting. It takes for frickin' ever. I'm enjoying a lot more with you guys online and stuff. So I can, share insights or, just talk figures, I like doing that. And I really can't talk painting with the people that I play with because, well, Joe paints, but, Mitch doesn't paint. Mitch is never going to paint. So, if I can't talk to him like, hey, there's this really cool paint palette. Yeah, whatever. Me talking to him about Red Grass Games, wet palette is about as exciting as him talking to me about his fantasy football league. I don't care, So, but painting is definitely an aspect to me. I would say in the United States, of people that I've seen, I'd be surprised if it's over a third of the people that play the miniatures games actually paint them. You got some people that don't even have any of the armies. And then you got the other portion that just buy painted stuff. So now, be all honestly, in all honesty, I'm better off cost wise to probably get a second job that pays for someone to paint figures for me. But they're not my figures. As a painter, I don't want somebody else's figures. It's not the same thing, you know? And I'm also not taking into effect that part of what I'm doing is therapy. This is relaxing. This is decompressing, being able to do this process. Working a second job would not be decompressing. It would be the opposite of that. So that's something to take into consideration. So this is working out for your soul. It's very surprising. Total opposite in Europe, as far as I know. Yep. Yeah, just a bunch of lazy Americans out here. Now, I haven't taken an actual poll. I'm just saying that's what it feels like from just being in the scene. I think a lot of people just get discouraged. They'll see, maybe don't know where to begin. Or since I've been doing this so long, I mean, I started painting stuff when I was 15. So what is that? Almost 35 years. This is easy. I mean, it really is. It's easy. It takes forever, but it's easy. And if you make a mistake, it's an easy mistake to fix. So, having said that, you do see a lot of DBA armies on eBay. Yeah, but most of them I wouldn't want. But with that said, some of my some of the best games I played with figures that looked horrible. I mean, it looked almost like they've been spray painted. So, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what they look like as long as you're happy with them. There's a guy that's on eBay that always selling figures. I don't know what his handle is, but you recognize him. You'll see that he throws in a camp with his figures, and a camp is one that you'll see that what do we call it? We call it doo-doo camp. It's made of styrofoam, and it looks like a turd, color wise. But hey, he throws it in. Mitch and Luke have about 6 of his armies. I don't know what his handle is. He's always on eBay. He always has stuff on there. Now, this other guy I knew, he'd play with us at our shows, Rich. What he would do is he'd go on eBay, he'd buy really cheap figures, and he'd remount them. Figures that, in his opinion, did not look very good at all. He would remount them, rebase them, and he would dip them in, the Minwax stuff. So they all look the same. Because usually the problem with figures that don't look very good is they're too bright. They were too bright. He'd dip them in the brown wash, rebase them, and his armies looked great. And he got them on the super cheap. So, yeah, that's another way to do it too. Take other stuff that's out there, rebase them, make the basing how you like it, and wash them so they all look consistent. Even if you grab them from different painters, they still have the same thick wash, and the army all has the same look, like it was painted all at the same time. So, our biggest change in wargaming is that skirmish games tend to be very prevalent now, I guess because of time and space. Yeah, time and space, time and space. What I say it's because of time and space. I think that there's more distractions people have now than they used to have. Just a cell phone. All the things you can do with a cell phone. You know, space, I don't know. Are people living in smaller houses than they used to a while ago? I don't know how Europe is. That isn't the case here. I just think there's just different things to pull you in different directions. Are people working that many more hours? I don't know. There's that many more things to distract you from. And a lot of people are just nomadic. They'll like fight a set of rules. They're all into the set of rules. A year goes by. They don't want to have anything interest to that. They're moving. They're always searching for the perfect game. And that's fine, but I just don't want to learn how to play rules anymore. I don't mind playing the game. I just don't want to figure out how to, play rules anymore. Without playing them, not just sitting down and reading them and trying to figure out. I'm done with that. You know, I would love if DBA was more complicated. I really would. Um, but I just don't want to learn any more rules. Like I said, if I want to make DBA more complicated, I'll just come up with my own set of rules. Don't worry, folks. We're not doing that anytime soon. I got plenty to do. That's going to keep me from painting. So who wants to do that? But yeah, I'm not a rules guy. I'm not hey, let's buy this for the rules and see what's on there. It's like, I get bored. You think I get bored reading? I really get bored doing that. I don't read. I don't want to read rules until I play the game a couple times and have a frame of reference for understanding what the hell they're talking about. But hey, that's just me. Yeah, there's just so many more things for people to get distracted by. Your phone. I mean, just like when I was growing up, and it wasn't that long ago, minimum wage went a lot farther than it does now because we didn't have cell phones. So you didn't have a cell phone bill that you had to pay. There's still cars and there's still gas and there's still rent, but you didn't have that. So, and you don't want to go through life living like you don't have a cell phone, because then you don't have the same quality of life that you did when you were like 40 years ago. The same equivalent quality of life. So, I don't know. There's just more things to distract you these days in different directions. And I think it's easier to find players, but it's easier to find players like we're doing here all over the world. We have the whole world to draw from, not in town. Because in town, you've got to find people that are available. You got to find out, are they personality compatible? You don't want to invite somebody to your game group and they're just total butthole and they turn everybody into, it's a bad experience for everybody. Or maybe they're just not into historical gaming. Maybe they're interested in doing fantasy. So that's no good for me. So the internet is really good for this because it has people of a like interest. They're easy to find. The internet is also bad because people who are dangerous deviants can find out that they're not alone and get more emboldened. And that wasn't an issue 50 years ago. So, hindsight's 2020, right? I had to put in dangerous deviants. It's okay to be a deviant. As long as you're not hurting anybody, you should be able to do whatever you want. You want to wear pink pantyhose? That's fine. Just don't make me watch. I'm good. You can do whatever you want. I'm not hurting anybody. But, people who go and hurt kids can find other people that hurt kids and get ideas off of each other. to use an example. A little bit of highlighting here on this guy here. But it's great for, ideas of miniature manufacturers and ideas to paint and hey, who makes this? And, you know, and you guys still go on the miniatures page? I remember the miniatures page was a big thing in the early 2000s. And I stopped going there because there was just way too much turmoil. There was too much trolling around. That's the way some people think how Facebook is these days is the way I feel like the miniatures page is. I don't I don't think Facebook's a bad thing. I don't get involved in anything controversial or I think it's great for our DPA groups and wargaming groups in general. But I'm not really trolling anybody. If I see something I don't like, I just go the other way. But it's just seems like the miniatures page was a lot more aggressive. I don't know. I tend to be nicer online than in person. If you're ugly in person, you have to explain yourself, and you're put on trial and stuff. You know, if you're ugly, did I say that right? If you're ugly online, you have to explain yourself and defend yourself and all that kind of stuff. If you're ugly in person, you just tell the person to go fly a kite. You never have to see him again. Nope, the whole world doesn't hear your conversation. I don't know. People seem to be the opposite. They seem to be emboldened by the fact that nobody can tell them who they find them or whatever. I don't know. Let's see who we pissed off. That's lucky as I'm wearing mine right now. Oh, you must be talking about the pantyhose. That's cool. Just don't make me watch. And you didn't steal them from anybody, right? You bought them yourself. You can do whatever the hell you want. Nobody goes on TMP. Not anymore? Really? It was a huge thing 15 years ago. And there were some good folks on there, but then there were some bad folks on there too that just wanted to they didn't have the same purpose that I had going on there. But. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna do the old lead belcher. So we got the horse, kind of the core color of him, and we're gonna do some armor on it, and then we gotta decide. Okay, am I gonna do any kind of armor on this dude? Any kind of painting of emblems or anything? And we don't want to get into heraldry because these guys are mercenaries. And while I'm rambling about that, let me go ahead and get these spots of black that just happened to show up. You're always chasing the black. There's always something you miss, which is not really a big deal, but you just have to be on the lookout for it so you don't miss it. Don't want to do some kind of an emblem on it, and eventually I'm going to have guys that don't have an emblem on it. So I think this guy will not have an emblem. Okay, we're just going to he's just going to be just standard fare, this particular one. But we'll paint his helmet up or something, or give him a really fancy or maybe do the red and white lance with this guy, something like that. Yeah, TMP was a big deal like 15 years ago. But it's just hard to find things. You'll see something. There's some interesting stuff on there, but you'll see something, a story, it disappears because everything's almost like in the same font. The thing I couldn't stand Yahoo groups. I couldn't stand Yahoo groups because I can't stand emails. I can't stand emails because somebody will ask a question, ask it to everybody, and then somebody will respond, and instead of looking at the response and building upon it, they don't look at it and then answer the same thing again, and it's all disjointed and a waste of time. It reminds me of some people at work that do things like that. I don't like email, so You visit Miniature's page for the announcements, but avoid the forums. Okay. I was pretty active on there until, say, 2004. They started adding all these other forums like food. Like, I don't give a shit about food. Politics. Like, I don't want to talk about politics. You know, I want to talk about, when I'm talking about my hobby, I want to talk about things we have in common, not things that divide us, you know? And, politics are even worse now than they were, 15 years ago. So, yeah, I'm not interested in that. Food. What else did I have? Sports. I don't do sports. I do wargaming. Yeah, and no matter what you put on there, there was always seemed like there was a lot of people that had something negative to say about it. And like, if you have something negative to say, just keep it to yourself, man. This is a hobby. This is supposed to be, a good experience for folks. If somebody posts about their game playing, Johnny Reb, you don't need to post on there saying Johnny Reb sucks. You should play Fire and Fury. You're an idiot if you don't play Fire and Fury. Like stuff like that. Like, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm not much of a keyboard commando. So yeah, I don't go on there before anymore. I did when I was doing the World War II skirmish, and then I noticed that people were like really ugly about stuff. Like I'll post like things about it, and they're like, "Well, what rule set do you use?" And I tell them, and they'll be like, "Well, you're an idiot for using that set of rules." I'm like, well, "Who cares?" I've played other stuff and don't enjoy it, so this is what I like. I'm not saying you need to play it. I'm showing you what I do, and if you like it, that's cool. I forgot about Yahoo groups. Yes, they were a pain. Could never work out how to use it properly. Yeah, yeah. They weren't an easy to follow format. That's why I like Facebook a lot. You could post a picture. It's easy to post a picture. You can post it from your phone. You could comment on it. Other people can comment on that thing, and they know what they're commenting to, not just in general. You could tag other people. It's what is it a pain for? If you're scrolling through your feed and you see something that you like, and then you go and then you come back and it's gone, and you don't know how to. Hopefully, you noticed what group it was on. But hey, it's free, folks. So what do you expect for free? But I don't do controversial stuff on there. It's not what I'm interested in. I just want to do our game groups. I'm a member of like I don't know 20 or something game groups on there, and they work. About a month ago, I left a couple of them because I just like okay, I post on there. They don't really have any content that appeals to me. Nobody really comments on the stuff that I put on there. I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's all cool. I did actually have one game group that I joined. I'm not going to tell you what it is. One group that it was. I joined it because of what the name of it was, is. I guess it's still alive. I joined it. It was a painting forum, and I really liked the name of the group. So I joined it, and there was a conversation about types of paint or whatever. And I had made a comment about Games Workshop. I'm like, well, Games Workshop paint is. I really liked the first set of the Games Workshop paint, and they probably changed it because, you know, uh, I've got paints that are like freaking 35 years old, that are still good. They're the original Games Workshop Citadel paints that are that old, and they probably changed the bottles because people won't rebuy and paint. Their paint was still staying good. And I was meaning it in jest, and somebody like went after me like, "Why are you bashing Games Workshop?" I'm like, "I'm not responding to you. I'm just leaving the fucking group. I don't need that shit." So, you know, I like Games Workshop paint. I just wish their bottles. Well, their bottles now are fine, but there for a period they were really really bad. There's several colors I used literally one time, and I went back to use them about 6 months later, and they were unusable. That's like, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. So, anywho, enough of that. So this guy, we ended up painting the front of the armor here in red on this guy on the front of the horse. So we're going to make sure that his does not get painted. Okay, because you need a variety of stuff. Give him a varied look, even though it is the same miniature. Well, at least that's what I want to do with him. You guys can do whatever the hell you want. It's your miniature. Anonymity online is a big problem. Well, I've always used my real name. I mean, why wouldn't I want people to know who I am? You know, that's just me. See, the anonymity for me doesn't help. I just, why be nasty online? You have to defend yourself. That still takes up your time, even though you're anonymous and people don't know who you are. I mean, unless you're just going to throw grenades and not stand there and defend yourself. But maybe some people just don't like who they are, so they got to become anonymous. I don't know. Yeah, so this guy's not going to have a little emblem back here, uh, but he is going to have a helmet that's painted, and he's going to have a fancier lance. So that's already what I'm thinking about. So got to mix it up a little bit, and they're not necessarily going to be on the same stand. I'm painting. I'm going to paint all of the. I'm going to paint 12 knight figures before I decide how they're going to be on their individual stands. And this is the for the deep knights, for you guys that weren't around. We're going to have one here, two here, and then three across the back. And the three across the back are going to be, these guys that are just partially. They've got a shield on them, and they've got just a helmet, but no armor on them, and unarmored horses. So that's the not as well equipped knights. So what notification do we have here? Aha. Okay. Well, I didn't know how long I was going to paint. We're closing in on 3 hours, so that's good. We're going to start off tomorrow morning with something a little different. We're still going to be doing creative, but we're going to do something a little different. And then we'll come back to this. Just painting little bits of the armor is time consuming, but you only have to do it once. We're going to paint his helmet, but we don't know what we're going to do yet. So we're going to go ahead and just paint it metallic. Because the reality is, if they repainted his helmet anyways, it'd be metal on the bottom anyways, right? So it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. So what are you guys doing while you're listening to me going on and on about stupid subjects? You guys painting, working on your hobby? I haven't listened to anybody in a long time while painting. I'm doing this instead. I think this keeps me on track a lot better than if I was listening to a podcast or book on tape or something like that. You're working on war game scenarios for your club. Well, multitasker. I can't do anything. I can't do like my regular job and like listen to music. Painting and listening to something else is like the only thing I can do if I'm doing something, because I honestly, this is pretty mindless. If I'm doing any kind of thinking or something like that, no, it just goes right out the window. Luckily, you can do that. So, Utah's not very shut down, I don't think. You guys are still, guys are still functioning. I would imagine. I always get a kick where I go somewhere around here and I see that they've got liquor from, what is it? Is it High West Distillery? We went out there a couple times out in Park City. I'm like, that's a long way to bring that from. But I guess it's closer than if you get something from Ireland. I think it's High West. That's some good food there too. Oh, we said we were going to paint the horses covering in metal. I did on one side and then didn't paint the other one. I'm not sure you do it very well. We're not totally shut down, but we're very restricted in social gathering. I'm currently painting my long. I don't know. I don't know if we're restricted in social gathering here. I don't know. Like I said, I forget this thing's going on. I know one thing. We're still doing our weekly war game club. By God, I don't care if we got a army of zombies between me and Mitch's house. We're still doing that every week. I didn't for 5 weeks, and then realized that was too precautious. That was too cautious. I'm like, screw it. We're playing all the way through this pandemic. So, I mean, hell, there's only the most is only 6 people of us. So, and we're all going to jobs where we're getting tested every day. So, if I'm well enough to have to go to work every day in my normal job, then I'm well enough to have then do my wargaming every week. So you're currently painting your long-term 17th century project. I'm not a fan of podcast. I listen to your streams and games, a few others, and we have regular online paying chat session with my group. Not a fan of podcasts. Have you listened to? Well, there's two I recommend, even if you're not a fan of them. Maybe you listen to them and still aren't a fan of them. That's fine. History of Rome by Mike Duncan. That's excellent. And of course, Hardcore History with Dan Carlin. I recommend those if you have not listened to them. But yeah, I can see where you're not a fan of them because there's ones that I've picked up and and I stopped listening to them, and mostly it's because we just have too many options. We have too many options. So when there's a lot of options, it breeds consistency. It breeds inconsistency. There's so many shows to watch. I'll watch a show, and after 10 minutes, if I'm not captivated, I'll just turn it off and watch something else, or not watch anything at all. There's no way. The perfect example is growing up when I did. When I was a kid. The only cartoons we had to watch when I was a kid was like the Flintstones and like Scooby Doo and stuff like that. Like Scooby Doo wouldn't work now. Like nobody would watch that shit. There's just so many other things to watch that you watch the things that you watched as a kid because that's all you had. You woke up Sunday morning, you want to watch TV. What was on TV? Reruns from Lost in Space. It was the late 70s. That's all we had. Is either that or you didn't watch TV, so you freaking watched it. It wasn't that it was a great show or anything or that it was captivating. No, I'm sure there's some people that still like it, but I'm just saying some of us, that was the only thing we had to watch. So we had no options. So you just watched whatever it is that was available, you know? I give them a try to be fair. If I want to listen to wargaming podcast. I don't know that I've listened to wargaming podcasts. Is there such a thing? I don't know. I guess so. Now, both of these are history podcasts, so I like listening to history stuff because I'll hear something and go, I want to learn more about that one little snippet that I heard. So I like that. Yeah, both of those guys are really, really good. And I've tried to listen to other stuff like the Irish history podcast. That was interesting, but I just lost interest. There's a Chinese one. I listened to it for a while and just lost interest. The Byzantium one, I lost interest in that one too. I lost interest after listening to 50 or 60 episodes. Wasn't like it was over really quick, but I'd just rather be doing stuff than listening. The only time I'm going to be listening to a podcast now is to and from work. Because if I'm here, I don't even want to paint and not film live because this keeps me on task. This keeps me continuously working on this, not like get everything ready and only paint for 10 minutes. So, and I'd love to listen to paint and listen to the kings and generals and stuff like that. But I'm constantly going to be looking at the phone and looking at the phone and looking at the phone and while my paint's drying on my paintbrush. So, yeah, I'm glad you guys keep me company, but yeah, this is what I do. And at least now, we're going to just give this a wash of this known oil to make it not so doing, not so bright. None too bright. There's so much stuff on YouTube. I agree. And I'm not talking about this crap that I do. I'm talking about there's really good stuff on YouTube. So much for it's like, I could just I watch YouTube more than any Netflix or Hulu or Amazon or any of that stuff. It's just YouTube's where it's at. So I've watched some wargaming YouTube stuff, like where they're doing replays, and then realize, man, I'm really fortunate to have the people that I have in my game group, because some of these guys, I don't want to play a game with them. I mean, I haven't even played a game with them, and I don't like them already. There's too many win at all costs, folks. You know, and we're competitive, but I don't think we're a win at all cost group. So yeah, we're definitely competitive, but yeah, there's a lot of little niche stuff. You recommend Mark Felton Productions for short military history documentaries. Okay, we're gonna write that down. Where's my little book of things here? Somebody recommended a something the other day. It was a thing on what was it, the Turkomans, and I was like, oh, this looks really cool. This is really recent. Like, oh my god, it's like 4 seasons, and each season's like 20 episodes. I'm like, I don't have time for that right now. It looked good though. Mark Felton. Why does that sound familiar? Is he a war gamer? Might be a war gamer. There's an English guy, well, a British guy. I don't know. He may be from Wales. I don't want to call him a English guy. He's from Wales. I don't want to offend anybody. But anyhow, he's a war gamer. He's an ex-war gamer, and I found him because he was doing some videos on a game that I used to play a lot, that I really like a lot, called Close Combat. And his name is Tick, Tik, and he has a lot of World War II content. And he's supposedly, so apparently his backstory is he used to enjoy playing this game, and he started reading about World War II so much he started doing some podcasts, and it went so well for him that he basically quit his managerial job, and that's what he does for a living, is make videos. And he's done several of them that are well, he has a lot of videos out there, and he does a lot of them that are really interesting, because it'll show like where the units are and what the composition of the certain units are and who the commanders are. And he's got a little snippet of each commander's portrait. It's very wargamery, very interesting. Really interesting, really complicated, high edited type videos and stuff like that. So I enjoy him. I haven't watched him in, I don't know, probably a year and a half ago or so. There's some really good stuff out there. There's some really good stuff out there. But okay, so we get this guy totally done as far as that goes. What can we do else? Well, we're gonna brighten him up. We need to figure out what we're gonna do with his helmet. So we're gonna take his helmet. We're gonna split half of it red. We're gonna split half of it white. Okay, and then we're gonna do a red and white striped lance. Okay, and we're gonna make that one. What else are we gonna do? We're gonna do a. We're gonna go ahead and do a green plume. Let's do the green plume. Let's do the green plume. Found Tick looks interesting. Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff. He's got some videos that I would call controversial. He has some videos that when I was doing World War II stuff, when I was reading most of my World War II stuff, Russia hadn't, Russia was still the Soviet Union. So a lot of their archives and stuff were kind of not available. The Cold War was still going on. So a lot of his research now is based on that opening. And he examines a lot of things that we kind of took for granted in the 70s and 80s of how we thought things were. He's really big on the Eastern Front, so that's another big thing on there. And he takes a lot of topics that you think that he may not be right in his assessment of them, but he gives a totally different viewpoint on it, and it's really interesting to see. He does a really good job of explaining things. So, uh, you know, check him out. He's got some good stuff. So I don't know him personally or anything. I just he's got some really interesting programming on there. So because I like history shows, but I'll be honest with you, if it's not military history, I'm just not interested. I'm interested in the military history because it's kind of like, the way I look at it is, I thought about this for a while. Like, why are we fascinated by war and people killing each other and all this stuff? Because I'm a pacifist every day. I mean, it's not like I'm not gonna. It's not like if somebody comes in my house, I'm not gonna want to take them out. But I'm a pacifist every day. So why are we fascinated by war? And it's like, well, why are people fascinated by horror movies? I'm not. I don't watch horror movies, but I think it's kind of the same thing. I mean, it's horrible, and it's stuff that really happened, and it's really fascinating, and it's things that you can take part in from the standpoint of wargaming. You can learn about the research, learn about the history, what you would do differently. Be creative about creating battlefields and correct paint schemes for different things. I mean, us war gamers, we get it, but I mean, just mean from people looking at it from the outside, like, why are you so fascinated about, war and destruction? It's because it's horrible stuff, but it's fascinating, and I think it's kind of like the same thing. I guess people that watch horror movies, they don't want to see innocent cheerleaders murdered, but I guess they're fascinated by that. I think that's why they watch horror movies. They don't want to see cheerleaders murdered. No, I don't know. It's the same thing. It's is this the red we want to use? Even though we said we're going to do the green, let's get the green out. Told you I was a terrible multitasker. Park green. Yeah, we'll use this one. It's a little doing, but we can doing it down. Tick's got some interesting stuff on there. He's got he'll do like a battles. He'll do a whole series of like Operation Crusader in November 1941. That was the counter punch that the Commonwealth forces did to relieve Tobruk. And he literally goes through the order of battle and who's the commander of each group and which tank brigades. Stuff like if you were playing something like Micro Armor or Command Decision or something like that, man, you'd be gobbling that up because that gives you like what units are in under which battalion and all that kind of stuff. So you could rebuild those units and play that with that. It's really interesting the way he goes through it. He does the same thing with Stalingrad, and he probably has other things out there now, but he does have some things that are controversial as far as why Germany lost the war and his opinion on it or whatever. And that may not agree with what other people think, but it's food for thought. I think his arguments are well thought out, and you know, you don't have to look at all of his stuff. You can just look at what you find interesting. But he does some good programming on there. So that's a very interesting subject. Never really thought about it. Oh, as far as why we wargamer, because I mean, it's horrible. None of us want to go into a war or kill people. But I don't like playing pacifist games. I'm a pacifist. I'm a devout pacifist every day. I want to be a warmonger. And I don't think it's a split personality or that there's something wrong with me. I just think it's just I mean we want to recreate it. I mean I don't want to play fantasy stuff because there's nothing to recreate. But yeah, you guys have that crazy thing that just came out recently, or maybe it's during these days. You guys have that festival out there, that Krampus thing. No way I could. No way I could be around that. You got people that are scared of clowns. I'm scared of stuff like that, man. That's why you guys can't have firearms in Germany. There'd be a pile of those demonic, horny dudes lined up. When is that? Is that around Christmas time or is that around this time of the year? I've seen those videos and I'm like, holy shit. You couldn't do that in the US. Yeah, I don't do the old demon mask thing. That's disturbing to I don't do demonic movies and stuff like that. I noticed on your videos you keep records of all your battles. You betcha. Can you explain how you keep the records? And are there some games you don't record? Okay, so you can record them however you want to, okay? But basically, the way, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to do this upside down. I apologize in advance, but I can't write upside down. But what I keep track of is I keep track of the date that it happened. Okay, and it's in reverse order. So it's on an Excel spreadsheet. So the newer the game is, the more it is towards the top. So I keep the name of the date, the location. So most of the time it's like Mitch's house, what have you. You guys can't see this. What am I trying to pull? What am I trying to pull? Let's. Where ist mein Shoppies? Here they are. Okay, let's try that again. Simple explanation, take two, action. Okay, so we put the date on there. Okay, this is an Excel spreadsheet, so you have a column. Location, so it'll be, Mitch's house or Historicon 2017 or whatever. The army used. So, it'd be like Book 2, 22, a New Kingdom Egyptian. I'd spell it all out. Army I fought against. Army fought. And I did this for the beginning. I don't know why. It's not very useful, especially in 3.0. But I put on there who won the terrain, if I won it or lost it. So I put a W or an L. And then over here, I said, did I win the game, a W or an L, what the score is. And then, so like it was a 4-1 or a 4G-1. And then what size board. And if there was like a name of an event, like if it was in Riverdance and if it was filmed. That's what I do for every game. And it's really cool to go back. Oh, and then I have another tab where whoever I'm playing against, if they won, I'll go in and I add one to their win. So I know what my win record is against everybody of those people. And I know what my overall win record is because this column that's here will total your wins and your losses and give you the percentage between the two. And then up here, I've got my win and loss for each one of my own armies. So like if I'm borrowing New Kingdom Egyptian and I play the Hittites, I don't have either one of the armies. I'll just play it. I'll log it as a win or a loss or whatever. It counts as one of my games, but I'm not worried about the actual win-loss on that army. Now, if it's an army that I own, that I painted, yeah, I keep track of that stuff. Now, if it's a big battle game, if it's a battle that we, like the one we did, if it's something that's, it's still DBA, but it isn't a standard DBA game, I won't log it on this sheet. So that's how I keep track of my stats. And fortunately, I did it early enough on that I've got an accurate record of all my games. It's just cool to go back and look at. Like somebody asked me the other day, I said, hey, what's the deal with camps? Have you lost camps very often? So I went back and looked, and I've only lost a camp 4 times, or maybe 5 times in 2,000 games. I've only lost a camp a handful of times, and 3 of the times were captured by one guy that we thought was a guy that liked to capture camps, and sure enough, he did. That's his thing. I think it was 4. I think Mitch took it once, and then 3 was this other guy who is a camp taker. So then I went back and, because I would know that because it's part of the scoring. So like if you killed 2 elements, like let's say you won by taking out 2 elements, a general's element, and then a camp. The way I would call that would be 3 elements total, and then a G, or 2 elements total, a G, and then a C. So anytime I saw a C, I just went back and saw how many times the C was involved in the score. That's how I would know what it is. So it's really interesting to see those go back and Luke's like, hey, what's the biggest whooping I ever gave you? I'll go back and look and see, oh man, you beat me 1-7 or something like, I lost 1-7 against you in one game, or 1-6, or And it's because you can't remember those kind of details, and it's you already played the game, you might as well record it, and it's always cool to go back and see what it is. Like I went back and found what my biggest nemesis is. It's the damn Numidians. Numidians freaking whoop my ass all the time when I play them, for whatever reason. They're not a power army or anything. It's not in open settings either. You're not playing the Numidians in the open, but in an open event, but I don't do well against them. So it's interesting to go back and look at those stats. And the sooner you start doing them, the better you are. And I think Joe, when he started playing, he keeps track of his stats as well. But Luke doesn't keep track of. Luke and Mitch don't keep track of their stats. Now, any games I play them in, they have their stats with me in those games, that I have. But other than that, so yeah. So two more games I mentioned earlier. Two more wins and I've got 1,000 wins. I got 832 losses, so it's not like I'm Kasparov or anything, but it's cool to look at that stuff, and you know because perception is reality. So if you don't write these things down, what you think is what it is what you end up making it, and you're and you're flat wrong sometimes. So I enjoy the aesthetics of the War Games table and the battle line. I've loved military history from being a kid, so I guess there's a lot of nostalgia too. Yeah. Yeah, I like military history too. So, okay, so now this guy's got a green feather. Let's brighten that up in certain places a little bit more, give a little bit of contrast, highlight, that sort of thing. Yeah, if you guys want to see something totally not wargaming related, that's a lot of fun. These guys have a video channel, and I think it's called 3D Bot Maker. Like the 3D is in three dimension, bot like a robot maker. I think that's what the name of the site is. These guys run a racing league with die-cast cars, and it just seems like, oh, that seems stupid, dude. These guys are these guys are super talented. There's a couple of guys from California. If they were in Florida, man, we'd go down there and we'd have to do something with them. I mean, it just they're that freaking good. But they have this almost like a train layout set up, and it's all downhill, obviously, because they're die-cast cars, like those Hot Wheels type tracks and everything. But they announced the entire race like it's a real car race, and it's heavily edited with multiple cameras, and it's just hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. Check it out. They've got really good. They've got really. Those are some really talented folks. Their stuff is really enjoyable. You find that miniatures involve hobbies all of it go together, such as model railroads, model kit building, because we love miniature things. Yeah, it's a way to be creative. I used to draw a lot, but I don't anymore because I do this. So, okay, let's get us our red out that we were getting ready to pull out. 3D Bot Maker. Good stuff. Yeah, and of course, who are the guys that have the Little Wars site? They have some great content too, but man, they play all kinds of different set of rules. I don't know how they keep all that stuff straight. That's just, I mean, good for them. I can't do that. Like, there's no way I can't. I just take too long to paint things, you know. Yeah, those guys play a lot of rule sets. Okay, what are we gonna do with this? We're gonna split this helmet. Which side's gonna be white? Let's put white on this side, on the other side. I had to cut down my subscriptions a lot, maybe a couple months ago, because it's just, the next thing I know, I'm subscribed to like 200 things. I'm like, holy cow, that's way too much. Way too much stuff. And some periods just resonate better with other folks. I never got into ancients or medievals until I started playing DBA in 2004, but never got into Napoleonics. Just never interested me. Some people love Napoleonics and other stuff. I've tried to play sailing ship games. I don't like them. I don't like them at all. You know, I don't say I didn't like something without trying it. I tried it. No, I don't like the kind of decisions I get to make. It doesn't do anything for me. So I don't enjoy Little Wars. I find it too scripted. But good luck to them. It is. That's a lot of work. I think it's extremely well polished. I know with a little bit of editing that I do, how much trouble it causes me. So whoever does their editing is a sadist because that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. So if you don't like how scripted they are, you don't have to worry about my channel. I'll never be that scripted. It's just a lot of work. I don't have to. After we do a battle, it's like midnight. I get home like at midnight, and then I have to shower, and so it's like 1 o'clock before I get to bed, and I'm back up at 5. So that video is now on my phone, and it's burning a hole in my soul trying to get it uploaded. So I'm trying to get that out as fast as I can for you guys, so you guys can enjoy it, and so I can free up space on my phone. So yeah, I don't have time to do that kind of scripting. You know. Our game group has more fun playing than they do, anyways. We have a hell of a good time, in case you guys couldn't tell. We really do. We'd have a good time just getting together and not playing. So, and they're doing some award show or something like now. And it's just too much of it. It's almost, they're doing a lot of things that I would find really unpleasant and not fun to do. And, more power to them, but I'm a painter. All that would take away from my painting, and this is really what keeps me sane. So now if I'm doing that for a living and still bringing in the kind of income that I'm bringing in right now, sure, I'll do that. It's a hell of a lot more fun than what I'm doing for work, but you know, you got to do that on top of it. No thanks. So, The editing is great, but the badly delivered joke lines turn me off. Really? They have bad jokes? We got bad jokes, but they're not edited. They just happen as they go. So I prefer your little channel much more than any more professional. Well, thank you very much. We'll try to make it better, but like I said, it's the main motivation is I kind of, well, first of all, it's more fun playing a game knowing you're being filmed because there's some really exciting things that happen. So what was happening before at the beginning is we'd film one battle and we'd play three other ones. And then it would really stink because the best battle was the ones we didn't film. I'm like, well, screw it. Why don't we just do one big video? We'll film every battle. We'll put them on there. Okay. Because really interesting things happen. And, and, so that's kind of when we went to that format. And, I could edit it and make it look a lot better and everything, but that's just, I don't have the time. If I lived alone and I wasn't married, okay, maybe. But we've got work and other things that we've got to do in limited amount of time. Even with limited amount of time, this is like 3.5 hours for me. So, you know, yeah, I don't know. I appreciate you guys enjoying the channel, but the main thing was just to kind of show how much enjoyment we had out of this game, so that because nobody would be able to play DBA without knowing that other people are out there playing it, because nobody's going to pick it up and go, oh man, this looks like a train wreck. The way these rules read, they're great, but man, they're just not easy for people to pick up. And I just want to show you guys how much fun we're having playing this game, how much fun I'm having painting. And, we don't live forever. So eventually, this is something that it's my way of giving back to all the up stuff that I've learned and appreciated on YouTube. And, I don't know, that's just kind of the way I look at it. You know, I've spent many hundreds, thousands of hours on YouTube enjoying their content. I figured, well, if there's some little bit I can provide, maybe I'll go over something that will be of interest to somebody, that will do them some good and point them in the right direction and keep them motivated to carry on this. A lot of people are worrying about that whole graying of the hobby, and you need to do this so the hobby stays young. Look, we're gonna do what we do, and it just allows other people to see it. And I'm not gonna hold a gun to anybody's head. If you guys don't, if the public is not interested in what we do, then the public's not interested in what we do. But at least we will film it so it'll be available there for people that are, so I've this doesn't really cost anything or frustrate. Really, if you're a producer of content, the last thing you want to do is you don't want to get discouraged of creating more content. That's really the worst thing that you could do, is take somebody who's putting a lot of material out and basically discourage them, saying, you know what, screw you, I'm not going to make any more content for you guys, because nobody wins with that. But so, I've tried doing events in places like other hobby stores, and nobody shows up, and I give up a work day. I'm like, I just can't do that stuff anymore. I can't do things that are supposedly for the good of the hobby, and they're so limited in scope in a tiny area where if I don't pick the right day, nobody shows up. Like I did a how to learn how to play DBA game one time at a convention. Okay. It only took one turn to learn my lesson. One person showed up. It was a dad. They dropped their kid off because he didn't want to deal with them. And the next thing you know, we're babysitting this kid for 3 hours. Okay, lesson learned. Check that box. We won't do that again. So, but what we are willing to do is, film our videos, talk about our stuff, our passion for the hobby. And, if you guys enjoy that, that's cool. And I don't like how this helmet's turning out because it got too freaking orange. But we're not going to be discouraged. We're going to keep on going because eventually it could turn out. We'll see. We'll see. It's totally fixable. Just wasn't what I was expecting. Oh well. No worries. Badly delivered jokes. I'll have to look for their badly delivered jokes. You mean like corny? Yeah, I guess they're corny at times. I'd rather be inappropriate than corny. Hey, as far as I'm concerned, my site's an adult-oriented site. So, you know, if you have virgin ears, you probably don't need to listen to our stuff. I know one guy's. I did one video early on. He's like, "Man, I noticed you let the F-bomb go." I'm like, "And?" You know, we don't cuss at each other. We're not ugly. We're not bad losers. We're not bad winners. Just sometimes things deserve an F-bomb. You know, for punctuation. Yeah. But no, ugly to each other. Yeah, we don't tolerate that crap. But we razz the living shit out of each other. You know, but that's just who we are. I don't want to film something and pretend to be somebody that I'm not. It's just too difficult to. It's too difficult to just pretend to be somebody you're not. So, I mean, the jokes that are clearly written and read aloud, like those terrible American TV shows my wife watches. Yeah, there's tons of. Yeah, we don't write anything out. You guys get to see stuff as it happens. That's what makes it awesome sometimes. You guys have front row tickets to our train wrecks. Okay, let's fix this dude. You're not the kind of Hungarian I wanted. What? Oh, this is too orange. Okay, no problem. No problem. This ain't my first rodeo. Which red was that one? Scarlet. Okay, note to self. The scarlet one is orangish. Okay, how are we going to remember that? Oop. Because it doesn't look any more orange than this one. Oh well. It's not that. I could make it work. It's just not the color I was envisioning. You know? You got to make the artist happy. Isn't that the thing that all artists are lunatics or crazy people? Or something like that? Crazy, I'll show you crazy. Written down, their content's written out and scripted? Oh, that sucks if it is. I'll have to look at their site in a new light. That's way too much work. Way too much work. At least they don't have a laugh track on their channel. That'd be terrible. That's the worst thing about American TV shows, or TV shows in general. That damn laugh track. Ah, much better. There we go. That's a much better color. Plus, we get to play the rutabaga drinking game while we watch. He's such a turd. I'm going to get him a rutabaga t-shirt for Christmas. That's the plan anyways. They make him out there, so don't tell him that. He doesn't watch this painting stuff. Anyways. That's the plan anyways. He needs some new shirts anyways. Don't tell him I said that either. Okay. All right, let's brighten this dude up. We're gonna do the lance a little later. We're gonna brighten this dude up. We've already got the Nuln Oil. That's plenty dried on there. I'll show you guys how. See, it's kind of dark on there. God, it really looks like crap on the video. Well, it doesn't look like much right now anyway, so we're gonna take that same color. Do we have any of it still live? I think it is. Right over here. Yeah, and Little Wars doesn't do any painting videos. Damn them. They have all their painting done by slave labor in China. I bet. That's why they don't show it. Oh, man. Yeah, I never thought that their stuff could have been scripted. I guess it is. I guess I just don't assume things that I would never do. I just don't assume other people would do them. Oh well. How Pippi Longstocking of me. Pollyanna, not Pippi Longstocking. Pollyanna. Yeah, the most scripting I would do is I'd write down like if I was going to go over something like points on a card, so I don't forget to talk about something. But actual exactly what I'm saying, no, no. The rutabaga drinking game. What are you drinking when you're listening for rutabagas? Beer? Germany, the land of beer. England's the land of toys, and Germany's the land of beer. I can't think of any German miniature manufacturers. I'm sure there are some, but not in 15 millimeter. There aren't, or not in for ancients medieval. Not anybody I can think of. I mean, I could be wrong, but when they do their introductions and things, okay. You unsubscribed from them when they were doing clickbaity videos about women wargamers and things. Yeah, I guess that's clickbaity. I don't know. I don't like videos like that. Like, how to get more women wargaming. I'm fine with women wargaming. And so they're not interested in it. Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. We don't have a problem with any women wargamers. It's just something they're not interested in. My wife's not interested in this stuff. I can't watch historical movies with my wife. It's just, you're just interested in different stuff. It's okay. You know, I go to the craft store. I go into Joanne Fabrics, which is a craft store slash craft store slash fabric store. Okay, I'm a straight dude. I'm the only straight dude there. It's okay. You know, I could spend 3 hours in that store. There's like different materials you could use for like a tablecloth. It's fascinating. Like look at buttons. Like this buttons I could use for a shield or this pins. I'm fascinated by that stuff. But I understand I am the minority in that type of a environment. That's okay. It is what it is. I'm not like we gotta change the world and we gotta. Dude, life's too short. Let's just all get along with each other. And if people don't, if my favorite color is green and your favorite color is red, keep liking red, dude. As long as you don't tell me you can't like green, we'll get along just fine. Yeah, yeah, they do. I guess they do clickbaity videos like that. What's the other one? Is wargaming dying or something like that? I'm like, look, we're all going to be dead in a certain amount of time. Let's just be positive and be a good influence on other people while we're here, right? We can't change anything about it, you know. Are these stupid little miniatures that we play with ever going to be a thing? Well, yeah, maybe in 20 years nobody will do them. Whatever. What are you going to do? This keeps me from going to the psychiatrist right now, so it's working for me. So I'll write that down. Tony, make sure you do not do clickbaity videos. Most clickbait I'll give you guys is you can look at the, I'll come out with a video and you can look at the, what do you call it? See, I'm not a technology guy. I don't even know the terms. The thumbnail of it. And I'll try to put on there, make it fancy or whatever. And that's it. And maybe some cool music. Maybe we'll show Mitch in a stupid helmet. Other than that, we don't do it. It's just, it is what it is. You guys see the same thing you would see if you were there hanging out with us, which, unfortunately we can't do because you guys are halfway across the world or in all kinds of corners of different places, but it's too different to make believe. There's no Hollywood in what we do, so. Okay, I think that turned out pretty well. Now let's brighten him up a little bit. Not crazy, but a little bit with Iron Breaker. The other thing I can't stand about gamers, I'll tell you one thing I don't like about gamers. You introduce somebody new to gamers and you have somebody that's like, he knows all the rules, but he doesn't want to tell anybody what the rules are because he wants to make sure he wins. So he wants to hold that as kind of like keep that to themselves. I can't stand people like that. I've said it before. The best thing you could do, teach somebody how to play the game. Tell them every single trick you know, because that way they can use it on you and you can become a better player. It's a self-serving reason, but it benefits them. It makes them feel like they have a chance to win. Don't invite somebody to come in and, what's the point in that? But there's some people that, that use wargaming maybe as an outlet for their life that they don't like. And I'm like, I don't know. I've never done that. I've never done that. That's one thing I love about DBA. Everybody's seeing everything that's happening all the time, and you got to roll for pips. So sometimes your knuckleheads don't listen to you, but both people are suffering the same thing. Both players get to see all of the trials and tribulations that are going through in both armies, and you know that's just part of it. I think it's better than making the other side like leave the table or go somewhere while they talk behind their back about their plans, and that's just too much drama. That's too much office drama. What? And you made me food?
You haven't had lunch yet, have you?
You're awesome. That's my wonderful wife. Thank you. Or do we need to go do the things that we needed to do?
Not until she's ready to go, like at 4:30, an hour or so.
I thought we needed to go somewhere and pick things up before she went
Do it on
there.
the way there.
Okay, I'll go with you. Okay, so all right, folks, 60, like 1 hour before. Hmm? Yeah, I'm good. You can bring me one. Thank you, babe. Love you. All right, folks. So not only do I still get to keep painting, but we got another hour. So awesome. All right. Well, we'll try to do this with a minimum of chewing sounds. All right. Yeah. We want to film things like if you guys were there with us. It's too much work otherwise. I don't know. It never occurred to me to do it any other way. Like, I have no interest in meeting famous people, like actors and stuff. Why? I'm not a groupie mentality type person. Maybe some people are. I just like to lay it how it is, man. We're all human. And one thing I did enjoy doing, but it just took too long, is when you got you guys that don't make videos probably don't know this, but you or maybe you do. When you make a video, the music you use is you got problems with copyright. So what I do is my little video editor that I do all my editing on my phone comes with like some free background stuff. That's all fine to use, and then you can use. There's a couple of sites that are like I think one of them is called royalty free music or something like that, and there's phenomenal music out there. I mean, there's just like for background music, just phenomenal stuff. As good as anything out there, the people that are making money off of it. But you need to put a disclaimer, on your description. Hey, this is the music. It's royalty free music. It's done by so and so, and the name of the song is this and this kind of stuff. All things that are good and proper. But there's so much stuff out there that I was spending sometimes 2 and 3 hours looking for songs that would fit, or music that would fit the look of the armies we were fighting, that I'm like, okay, I can't do that anymore. That's like time that I'm not spending with my family. That's time that I'm not painting. That's time that I'm not making other videos. As much as I enjoyed doing it, it just took way too long. But there's some phenomenal stuff on royalty free music. There's 3 or 4 sites that are on there, and a couple of them are on YouTube, and just some fabulous stuff out there. Really talented people out there. Marcin Wozniak, how are you? I take it that's Marcin. Maybe it's Marcin. Good afternoon. Caught me on painting lunch break. How about I just paint through my lunch? I didn't even know I was hungry. Which is, if you've ever met me, my one addiction is food. Man, I like to eat. I love to eat. I could do away with drinking. Eating, man, I love to eat. Not necessarily unhealthy things. I just like to eat. So, I like everything. Except rutabagas. Don't care for them. I've never seen one of those things. That's some Yankee vegetable. You like the video the other day? Scott beat Mitch to saying rutabaga. You got a big kick out of that. Okay. Other colors. So this one, that little band is here that we thought it was maybe armor or maybe a strap. It's metallic on this one, so we're gonna make it red on this one. All right, and we can go ahead and use that orangish type red, because it's good that if you're doing a red, especially if it's on different materials, to go ahead and make them slightly different so that it makes it look like it's not, you don't want to look like you only have 2 colors of paint in your inventory and that's what you painted in. So we're going to use this red here. And I apologize for talking with my mouth full. I promise you won't see it. I'm guilty sometimes of talking with my mouth full, but not with your mouth open of food, no. So we're going to go ahead and paint that. Just trying to vary these 2 guys, and I'm doing them back to back on purpose. We'll probably do all 4 of these same poses, so you can see how much fun you can have when you have only one pose of a figure, which happens frequently. Sometimes you'll have a figure, and we're going to do we'll do a little red around the edge of this eye too. When you have a lot of figures that have the same darn pose, and you want them to give them some individuality, what simple things you can do to make them pop? you said you unsubscribed from them when they did something you didn't like. That's reminded me of, you put out a video and you'll get a thumbs down. You invariably get thumbs down. And at first, when you first get them, it kind of bothers you. And then you're like, whatever, guy's probably a dick anyways, right? But somebody mentioned on one of their videos, I forget who it was, that it doesn't do them any good to get it because they don't tell you what you didn't like about the video. Like, maybe they were just being a butthole, or maybe they didn't like what song you chose, or, maybe some joke you said, maybe they got easily offended or whatever. I mean, it may not change how you do things, but it would be nice to, have some kind of a reasoning why you got a thumbs down. But it's the exception to the rule. So you don't let it bother you. Not a big deal. You can't make everybody happy. Of course, one thing I've had to do is I've had to put all of my comments on moderate because you don't want somebody out there being a troll, causing a lot of damage. You can't check your comments I try to do it several times a day to see if there's anything new. Because 99% of them, I see a comment, it's going to get posted, But sometimes you get advertising for clickbait for nudie websites. There's random people go on there and they'll put a timestamp, like something you said at a timestamp, and then they'll recommend, girls, 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 or something like that. I'm like, I don't want that on my channel. That's not what my channel's about. And then you rarely, but sometimes you get somebody that wants to, get into an argument about something or start a jihad on your channel. Well, I'm not interested in that. That's not what my channel's about. Marcin says, I enjoy, is it Marcin or Marcin? Maybe it's just Marcin. Marcin might have an accent on the I. Enjoy watching your podcast and reading reviews on Baueda and Forged in Battle miniatures. Man, I want to, man, Forged in Battle miniatures just look beautiful. Funny enough, if you're monetized, the thumbs down gets you more money as it shows people are paying attention. Well, you know what? I'm going to start, if that's true, I'm going to start thumbing down my own videos. How about that? I wasn't really interested in monetizing my channel, but I think if you're monetized, you get more exposure on YouTube. YouTube will recommend your channel more to other people because when you're monetizing it, they get to make more money too. So you need to make it so that they want to make more money. Because this hobby, none of us are interested in the money. We're doing it because of our love of history or painting or whatever. We want to share our hobby, whatever it is. But they're the greedy sons of bitches that need to make money, right? So, and I'm fine with them making money. That's fine. But if you monetize your channel, that means they get to do advertising on your channel and they get to make more money on you. So you get more exposure recommended to other people. I didn't know about that thumbs down thing. My only gripe with YouTube so far, is let's check here. I have a full 4G connection or 5G connection at all times when I'm filming. And you guys are only seeing this in 720p because I'm not connected to a wired in. I'm not connected to a wired in internet, which you can't because the speed would go down to less than 1/10 of what I have right now because my wired in internet is horrendous and there's no fix on it other than moving. So That's the only thing, is you guys aren't seeing this as good as it could be. And that kind of sucks, you know, for you guys. But hey, maybe sometime the process will change. But I have a phone that's capable of 8K. You guys are only seeing it in 720. So that's a shame, but oh well. That's why I don't want to do my videos live, my battles live, because the battles then you can film in 1080, upload in 1080, you guys can see it in 1080, right? Win, win, win. And the battles look better to the naked eye, better than even 8K. The human eye is just incredible. So, oh well, I'm sure it'll change one day. One day, maybe 10 years from now. Like I said, I've mentioned before, we're going to keep doing these videos until they charge us to make them, or until it stops being fun. So far, they're a blast to do. Especially because I'll rewatch my own stuff later. I'll be like bored. I'll be like, hey, what was I talking about? Or what happened here? Or, you know, it's interesting, at least to me, to watch them over again and see what happens. It's especially interesting when you watch it and you don't remember what happened in a battle. This is the color we're going to use as scabbard, by the way. So that's always interesting. It's kind of the same thing, you know. In the 40s, they were making TV shows, and 40s and 50s, they were making TV shows and movies and filming them with color people, but they were coming out in black and white. Like they could have been in color, but the technology wasn't there for it. So you guys could be seeing this in better resolution than you are. So I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. I wish there was. So. Okay, a little bit of a pop of color there. And what rag is this guy going to be sitting on? We did a blue one. We did a light blue one. Let's do a yellowish color. Show you how to build up the yellow. Anything new here? You got to go do boring life things. Cheers for the stream, Tony. Hans, thanks for checking in. Appreciate you. Have fun doing in any of your other endeavors. Okay, so let's get a base yellow. I got one in mind. It's this guy right here. Gold brown. And I don't mind painting yellow because I do a layering technique anyways. If you didn't do layering, you'd hate yellow because you have to layer with it, because you have to start with something that covers a little bit better. So we're going to put some of this here. We're not going to end up using a lot of this color because this is just the final stage. But, uh-oh, what we got? Marcin Wozniak. Is it Marcin or Marcin? Wozniak, that's Polish, isn't it? Not there's anything wrong with that. I mean, you know, I speak two languages, so I can get close anyways. And Marcin sounds French. Marcin, okay. Yeah, nope, none of us get to pick where we're from. It just is. So we're going to mix a dark brown color here. It's going to be our base that we're going to throw this yellow on top of. Okay? And it's not going to be bright yellow on purpose. And come in and paint this guy in here. Martin in English. Makes sense. Makes sense. Was I right on the Wozniak? Is that Polish? I got so many Polish figures to paint. Mitch loves his Poles. His early Poles, he loves that army. I don't blame him, that's a good army. But it means I'm not going to build that one. There's no point. I build excellent Polish. Excellent. Welcome. We'll do polls at one point, no doubt. No doubt about it. So we're going to start just mixing some yellow in here. And then just layering it on top. And it works well for me because I end up putting 4 to 6 layers of a color anyways by the time I'm done. So 4 to 6 layers, any color will cover. Well, as you can hear, the dance-off ended. That's a standard Saturday fare around here is synchronized swimming practice. So, okay, I'm gonna have to say goodbye to that brush. Let's bring this guy in here. Well, I figured out how to slow down eating. Paint while I eat. Maybe that's what I need to do from now on. I eat way too fast. I eat like somebody's going to take it from me. It could happen. True story. True story. Okay. And maybe lighten it up one little bit more. Yeah, when I said yellow, I wasn't going to go doing yellow. It was, it's subtle. It might have been really bright at one point, but, you have a guy that sits on this thing for a long time, jumping up and down. He's going to eventually soil it. It's going to get dirty. And, it's not going to be the same as it was when you first started using it. Okay, Skylab, enjoy the snow. I know it's at the top of the mountain. Go up there and grab some. Okay, so we're done with that. We're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to call it the thing that covers over the reins. That's kind of what it is. It's almost like just a covering for that. Another thing that happens with live videos, this didn't used to happen all the time, but it happens recently. When I'm done hitting a live video, like I mentioned earlier, this is all monetized, so they have more interest in them. YouTube can see if there's more interest in the site, and then, it'd be recommended more frequently to other people. But as soon as I'm done with a video, it's like under limited advertisement automatically. And I've got to like basically protest it and say, yeah, this meets all of the YouTube things that it can do. And then like half a day goes by or a day goes by, and then they go, oh, okay, yeah, our bad, just make a mistake. Like every single live video is that way now. Almost like they don't want to put any advertisers on here in case it's a live video of me, like, I don't know, committing suicide or something like that. And they don't want, people that advertised on that. I have no idea. They used to do that. All of a sudden they do that on every live video. And I don't put controversial stuff out here, so I don't know why it would be. And obviously it was not designed against me, so I don't know why that is anymore. Okay, so this guy has the same thing. We're gonna do something a little different. We're gonna do some white and red, and we're gonna alternate it, but we're gonna do it vertical stripes. I don't know if this will work. I got to do something with this big old thing. Well, I don't have to do red. Now that I mention it, I don't have to do red. I could do something else. Let's do this yellow color. See what the hell could happen. What's the worst that could happen? I hate it. Yeah, it's not yellow enough for starters. There we go. That's cool. Make it a little brighter. Yeah, talking about being anonymous on the internet, I see no point in giving my channel a name. And then when I meet people and tell them I have a channel, they'll say, well, what's the name of your channel? And I have to explain who I am. I'm like, oh, yeah, I've been watching it a long time. I didn't know it was you. I'm like, just use your name, dude. I don't have anything to hide about. All right, so we got a little bit of color on here. Let's put it on something that's not shaky. Invariably, your hand ends up shaking quite a bit. Let's hold this down so you don't flip them. Just something to add a little bit of color, nothing crazy. It's just a covering that they have that basically covers over the reins, makes it a little bit fancy. And, if I get to the end of it, finish it, and decide I don't like it, I can just repaint it. It's not a big deal. Tony, is there any chance in the future you start reviewing the armies you have? There is, but that takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work. How about this? What army would you like me to do next? Of course, you may not know which armies I have. Is there an army in particular you'd want me to do the reviews? I do enjoy doing them. If there's one thing I know the more about than anything else, it's figures. I'm a figure person, but it probably takes me all day of one day, probably 8 hours to do one of those videos. By the time I upload it and everything else. If I'd probably do the Irish next, just because they look good. I don't want to do my earlier ones because the basing's not as good. The painting's just as good as on any of them. But you're thinking of buying 267B or 3-1. Okay, 267B is that the Ostrogoths? And 3-1 is the Slavs. Get the Slavs and buy those. Here's what I'd do between those two. Do the whatchamacallit just came out with them. Forged in Battle. Forged in Battle just came out with a Slav figures and build like A, B, and C with them. They're beautiful. I haven't seen those particular figures in the flesh, but they look really, really cool. One of those armies, the Wends. I played Mitch with the Wends and his Poles. We're doing one of those things where we're playing through all of Mitch's armies, right? We talked about somebody brings a new army and you basically play all of their battles in sequence. So Mitch played the Poles in every battle and I played all their enemies one at a time. We came across the Wends. Really unbalanced army against the Poles. And I won, but man, the stuff I had to pull was epic. But we didn't film it because it was before we were doing filming. So you guys didn't get to see any of that cool stuff. You guys didn't get to see the time that I played the Mongols against this Poles and I won with the artillery that just killed everybody. So, in a perfect world, we'll never play another game without it being filmed. Again, that's a perfect world. So, yeah, I love that Ostrogoth army. I love Savoy. They're cool. I love my Irish army. And the Slavs would be really cool because it would be just like the Irish. You have an army, or maybe just like those Arabs I have. The Courage that I just finished recently. You take an army that is not very colorful, you know, because either the troops are very common or they just don't have the money, they don't have that nobility. But you get to make them really interesting by doing different shades of off-white and things like that. And honestly, it looks better than an army that's super fancy. I love my Arabs. Well, my Arabs don't. I haven't done very well with them. They're 1-4. I don't do well with my Middle Eastern armies, but I love them. I love how they look. And I really enjoy painting these armies that are commoners, so to speak. And just by making different versions of off-white and stuff like that, you can make them look really busy and really interesting. So, yeah, that's a good choice. Ostrogoths are a fine army too, though. Six knights, 6 Savoy. You got the Savoy playing keep away until the knights do their job. Okay, I think it's time we got to do the lance now. We got to do the lance. Right there. Yeah, those videos take a long time. Otherwise, I would have done them all already. Otherwise, I would have done them all. Yeah, I prefer them to just doing something like my old WordPress site, taking pictures of them and putting them on there, because I think having the video and talking about why I painted things a certain way, what figures they are, who the manufacturer is, just makes it a lot better, you know. And none of that is scripted. I know Hans was mentioning that earlier, that he didn't like a certain sites that have scripted things. I don't script any of my stuff. That's extra work. That's like extra planning. I might write things down on like a card so I don't forget to mention them, but actually word for word, nah. That's way too much work. That's something I wouldn't enjoy. I wouldn't enjoy doing. It's just not me. But it's you got to take a picture of each figure from each side. Then you have to. It just takes a long time. It takes a long time to do that, and it also takes a long time to upload it. But we will do others. It's how many do I have? 3. I got my Ostrogoths. I got my Sun Chinese, and I have my Ottoman Turks. Yeah, I got 3. Yeah, I'm a third of the way done. Yes, there's more coming, but I don't know when. I do not know when. Because I don't want to be doing that right now when I could be working on this. So. It's like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize anybody actually watched those things. I'm glad you're watching them. Yeah, I really like talking about figures. That's one of the things I really enjoy doing. Is I enjoy, like, okay, we're going to build this army. All right, let me see what figures I'm going to use. I'm not just buy the Essex pre-made pack. That's not me. That takes the fun out of it for me. That takes the fun out of it. I want to pick who the guys are and find out who makes them and what these figures are like and who's going to go on what stand with the other guy. All that's fun stuff. Just like the people that enjoy cooking. I just assume, you know, take a pill and be done with it. But some people actually enjoy cooking. So, inspired by my Irish painting, so I thought about the Slavs, and that cavalry from 267B is fantastic. Yeah, they painted up really well. Yeah, it's a lot more fun to do the commoner people. I mean, okay, yeah, so you're painting, fill in the blank, whatever, it's a nobility and stuff. But making guys that just look like nobodies and make them look really interesting is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, and I don't know that I've seen anybody ever use the Slavs in a battle. Ever. There's certain, that's one thing I've thought about. I've thought about doing a video where Mitch and I just sit there and talk and go through armies book by book and just talk about, hey, what about these guys? Oh, I never used them. Or we saw so and so use them in a thing. Okay, well, if I was going to build them, we'd use these. Well, Mitch can't help on the building armies thing, but who makes figures for them and everything. But I don't know if anybody would find that interesting. I mean, I would have fun doing it because I love talking about figures. I love fantasizing about who I would use for a different. I don't do fantasy football. I do fantasy army list. What figure manufacturer I would use for different things, but I don't know if anybody would find value in that. But again, it has to be. If I do that, it takes me from doing something else. But okay, so all right, let's reconsider this lance. If I do a red and white striped lance, it's going to tie into his helmet. It might be too much. Maybe I should just leave it white. Let's see. just going to leave this lance at white, because what's going to happen is this guy's already got green feathers and a split helmet and all these other colors on him. It's going to look like he's, he's going to be lit up like a Christmas tree. And these guys are just mercenaries. So, let's, you can't make every figure be crazy. So, to be honest, after videos became interested in DBA, game rules came by mail yesterday. Now I have only to buy only an army. Would be a great idea. Yeah, well, I'm glad. Hopefully you're not discouraged by the rules. Now, with that said, I think the rules are great. I think the way they're organized is horrible, and they're not easy to pick up. Now, with that said, I love them, and we've had so much fun playing them. And I think that's one of the purposes of my videos, to show you guys how much fun we have with these silly rules and playing these games. And sometimes we get things wrong. We'll go back and that's not how you play. It's going to happen. You just have to just realize, you're not going to get everything right, because I'm editing everything on a phone. So after it's uploaded, it's gone. I can't correct the video. The only thing I can do with a video is just delete it. Well, that doesn't benefit anybody. It doesn't ensure you guys that we're having a good time and everything. And honestly, that's not fair to me, spending all the time to edit the video and everything. So there's going to be mistakes. I can tell you that they're unintentional. But I'm telling you, after playing almost 2,000 games of DBA, we still find, at least I find, they've played less, but still Mitch is probably 1,000 games of DBA. We're still finding stuff that we've never seen before. So it's got a lot of depth. Maybe that's why I haven't played any other miniature since 2004, because it has that kind of depth. It's captivating. It's worthy of my attention. It's difficult to master. It's extremely difficult to master. So, yeah, we have a lot of fun with it. It's great. And army lists are good in and of themselves. So, and I think they finally got the situation resolved with being able to distribute the rules to people, because the problem they were having is they were they were printing a certain amount of the rules, and then when they ran out, they're like, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll print up some more when we come up with some more cash. I don't know what the behind the scenes is, but they weren't ahead of the demand. The demand was always lacking. So that's discouraged. That discourages new players, and people aren't going to want to pick up the rules when they can't get their hands on the rules, or understand what the rules are trying to say. So that's one of the reasons our videos are. You guys can at least watch the videos, have kind of an understanding of how the rules flow, as a starting point for maybe learning how to play the game on your own. Because otherwise, without something like that, I would have never picked up the rules. I mean, somebody taught me the ropes, and I just was persistent and stayed with it. But it's the hardest set of rules I've ever tried to play, because of how they're laid out. Nothing's ever repeated a second time. That's really the biggest thing. It's not necessarily how they're worded. It's the fact that no single thought is ever repeated a second time. So if you're looking like, okay, where war wagons, are they what are they? Are they foot, or are they solid, or whatever? You have to go to like 3 different places to find out where something is, and they're not all in the same place. So with that said, they're wonderful, and they have a tremendous amount of depth, and they have some tremendous amount of excitement, and they're played all over the world, which is honestly a big appeal of it. That's the big thing keeping me from saying, well, you know what, we've played this game for 20 years and we're tired of this, that, or the other. We're going to make our own rules. That's what's keeping me from doing that. I don't want to, I don't want to have a bunch of people that, we don't play with anymore, and anyhow, that's, anyways, thanks for the video, liking the videos, and I'm glad you appreciate them, and you found some use in them. So, somebody says somebody always asks, what's a good army for me to start off with? The first thing I tell them is like, well, what are you? What do you mean by that? I'm like, well, if you're Polish, it would make sense to get a Polish army. I mean, unless you don't like who you are, I mean, that's what I did. I mean, my ancestors are Spanish, so I got feudal Spanish as my first army. What was my second army? The Moors that fought them, and they just built from there. And then it just kind of went in every direction. But, you know, you should build who you are, unless you don't like who you are. I mean, it's just a suggestion. It just makes sense to me. You could tie into, what your heritage is. So whatever it is, there's the army for it for sure. So unless you hate who your people are, I guess it's possible. I guess it's possible. Self-loathing. Step-by-step rules for beginners. I thought about doing, I'm not going to do it because no matter what we did, one of the things I started doing like maybe a year ago or so, I was doing kind of like these live sessions on Facebook of like questions and answers for people. And it just seemed like no matter what I did, how many notes I wrote, I always left something off. And it's very discouraging for me to not be able to do it correctly. So I just don't think that it's my place to. And the other thing is that I've there's certain things that we play our way, okay? And although I would say that we play the way majority of people play, there's still 10-20% of the people that play a different way when it comes to maybe how units contact or something like that. Things that aren't clear. I'm just telling you, we play the way we've always played at the convention. That's not saying that you have to play the way that we do, but so with that said, I really don't want to put out a video that shows how we interpret something, and then the next thing you know, I'm on trial by 20% of the people because they want to do it a different way. It's not worth it for me. I'm not doing these videos to get into arguments with people, and I don't think it's our place to try to do a step-by-step guide on the rules, because honestly the author should have been the one that did it. If I'm going to go through that kind of trouble, I'm just going to make my own rules where things that don't make sense, anything that I would have taught the rules and taught somebody with the rules, anything where I would have been teaching someone the rules, I had to say the phrase, well, it doesn't make any sense to me either, but that's just how it is a rule that would be tossed out. There should be no rule if I'm making my own rules that's the mentality behind them. It shouldn't be, well, that's just the way it is. So you're basically telling everybody it doesn't make sense to you either. So it's your rule, so freaking change it so it's easy to explain to people. Something as simple as skirmishers. Why skirmishers don't fight at a distance? If I'm making my own set of rules, skirmishers by God will fight at a distance. Now it may be half a base width, okay, but it won't be. They only fight when touching, because that stuff's difficult to explain to people. Things that were difficult for me to understand playing. Like when I first started playing, I didn't understand why Saloy have bows, but they don't fire at any distance at all from the other stand. It doesn't make any sense to me. Let it be, less than a base width to nothing. Anything you could rationalize, but it's just very difficult to rationalize for new players that, oh yeah, well, it's just figured in their combat that way, because as a player you physically see the stand touching another one. So anyhow, but I'm not going down that road because I don't have time to create all that. I want to stay motivated and paint my own figures and play games, but mostly paint, because I'm doing more painting than I am playing. So I don't want to get discouraged from painting, because that's bad. Nobody wins with that one. So, but that's why I'm not going to do a step-by-step guide. The best thing we can do is just show you lots of games. Just watch our games. You'll see how they start, and just go from there, So try to show a variety of game types. I don't want to show a bunch of games that are just like the super armies painting each other. Although I don't know that there's that many super armies, but I prefer showing games with armies that have weaknesses. So, but yeah, that's not really our place to do that. The author should have done that. If I'm going to do that much work for him and then get into arguments with other people that play the other way, I'm just going to create my own freaking set of rules, which I don't really want to do, you know? So, because I think they could be better. Don't get me wrong, they could be better. I think that, to be honest with you, and please don't take this as I'm poo-pooing the rules, okay? But I'm just being flat honest with you. I think the most complicated things about the rules are the fact that they're not organized in a manner that most people would find easy to find questions on. And what was the other thing? They have a lot of diagrams, but the diagrams don't explain weird things. They explain things that are relatively easy to explain. So anyhow, so that's why I won't make a step-by-step video. I did a thing where I did a question and answer thing. I did one on elephants, and I did it, and I sat down and brainstormed what all the rules for them could be, and I did all that, spent a couple hours on it, and still missed something by the time the video came out. And it was extremely frustrating where it's like, I'm not doing these anymore. The rules are, I've played the game almost 2,000 times. I'm a college graduate. Yes, I'm a college graduate. And some things are still elusive. It's like, we're going to miss stuff. I'm over it, We're going to try to play them as well as we can, but things are just going to get missed. And, I just want to, that's not what a focus of ours is to, but mainly to show you guys how much fun we're having with these rules and how to get them started. And you may have different rules interpretations that we have, but anyhow, if I'm going to do that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. It's a lot less work just to come up with your own set of rules, So. Now, I've said this before. If I was going to come out with a set of rules that were for DBA, they'd be free and they wouldn't have any army list, so you'd still have to buy DBA. So the author of DBA could still make his money. Okay? Because that's fair. That's the way, that's what makes sense to me. That doesn't mean we're doing that, but I'm just saying if I was going to, you still have to buy his book. That's fair. He allowed us to enjoy this game, So I don't know if that makes any sense. I know other people don't think that way, but I think it's there's been other rules that have basically been a ripoff of somebody else's work, and I'm not going to mention any names, and they've charged for them, and I don't think they should be sued. I just think it sends the wrong message. That's all. It sends the wrong message. So I don't do this for the money. Because I like to eat. Still trying to build this white. Not happy with how it's turned out. That's okay. We'll get there. Tried to add some details. I've done that with my medieval Germans and was happy with how that turned out. But somehow it's not being replicated on here very well. But we'll get to that. Worry not. I know I've had several people that are like, man, you should do a Big Battle DBA video. I'm like, but we don't play Big Battle DBA. If you're interested in Big Battle DBA, you do the Big Battle DBA video. I'm not interested in playing Big Battle DBA. I've played it before, And it made me hate the game. I'm not interested. It's a different type of game. It reminds me of every game. Every Big Battle DBA reminds me of every other game the DBA isn't. You don't finish games. It's too long. You stretch it over a table. People have to leave the table while you talk strategy. I'm not interested in that. I just want to sit down, play a game, and go from there. If you're interested in Big Battle DBA, you make the video about Big Battle DBA. I don't even know the rules. I don't know what the Big Battle 3.0 DBA rules are. I didn't know the 2.2 ones that well. You know, I've played 25 games, 30 games of it, and regretted every one of them. And I'm not going to play it again. So, I'd rather eat a rutabaga. So, if you want someone to do something, you do it. If you want to do somebody to do something that they're not already doing, you go ahead and do it. Set the example. Not like, hey, my name's Frank. I don't do shit other than sit on the sidelines and lurk on your site. But could you please do all my homework and take me to work and all that stuff? What? This is all a volunteer thing, dude. Like I said, the only thing you don't want to get the people making the videos get discouraged, because you know what? They don't make any more videos then, because it's not like we're doing it for the money or anything. Be happy for the videos that you have, not for the ones that you don't. Now, with that said, I will be making some more of those Army showcase things, but I just haven't had the time to do them. It takes easily half a day or a day to do each one of them, during which I'm not doing what I really like to do. So, but I do like doing them, because if something ever happens to the figures, like one gets lost or something like that, I feel better about it, because at least there was proof that I had them there. So. Hi Tony, just checking in before heading to Land Wasters. You're going to a convention, you son of a biscuit? Well, good, have fun. I hope you lose every game, because you're gonna go. No, that's fine. You guys deserve it. I'm playing every week, so the fact that we don't have any conventions, I don't care. I don't care if we don't have another convention. Obviously, I want us to have them, but we're in a better gaming situation than most of the people in the world. We are still playing every week. We still have a good group, and we're playing every week. So, I can't complain. All right. Well, I think we're going to have to close this one down, because it's going to be close to the time that we got to go do some errands. It's almost 4:15 here in the afternoon, and yeah. So anyhow, it's been almost 5 hours. Over 4.5 hours. So thanks for you guys hanging with me, and there'll be more painting on the way for sure. I'm gonna be on tomorrow morning, so in how many hours? In 14 hours I should be on again. So hope you guys can get your fix on something else, but I'll be back, and we can talk some more figures or what have you, whatever guys you want to talk about while we're doing some painting here. So anyways, enjoy another day of your weekend. Hopefully you have a weekend off. You don't have to do any working anytime soon. And we'll catch you guys in a few hours. Thanks for hanging with me, folks. Bye-bye.